please take a look at our updated program. We had some cancellation of the posters, so we will start our lunch at 12:30 instead of 1. We already updated the program, so you can see it online. Our poster session will end at 12:30 instead of 1. And we have, I hope you all have your lunch coupons. We are going to have lunch in the Barbican Students' Restaurant from 12:30 to 2. So we are cutting a lunch break as well for half an hour, and the afternoon session starts at 2. So please follow the updates online. Everything is now fixed. And we also, I just wanted to say, if you are missing your lunch coupon, you just find the students at the registration desk or someone else from the organization just to sort this out. We can all go together to the students' restaurant, so it's you just need to exit the palaces and go to the right next to the sea, so on the way to the sea, and you will see some of us mingling around if you're not sure where the Barbican is. I think this is all, and Ksenia has another part.
Thank you, Drahomira. So we have ordered slightly better weather today for you. I hope you are happy. So today we have our first session, diverse perspectives on research assessment. Eastern Europe as a blind spot in the research assessment reform would be our first lecture. Our keynote speaker is here, Professor Emanuel Kulczycki. And now I will try to read something about Emanuel. So Emanuel comes from Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan, Poland, and he is a science policy advisor. He served as the chair of the European Network for Research Evaluation in the Social Sciences and the Humanities, and is a co-founder of the Helsinki Initiative on Multilingualism in Scholarly Communication. Recently, he published The Evaluation Game, How Publication Metrics Shape Scholarly Communication, and co-edited the Handbook on Research Assessment in the Social Sciences.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. I'm super excited. I'm at PubMet because I perceive this place as the strongest brand in our Central and Eastern European region in the field. So I'm super happy that I can be here and discuss with you. My name is Emanuel Kulczycki. My background is in philosophy, but for over a decade, I do research in research evaluation, scientometrics, and bibliometrics. And I try to show that in our region, we have a lot of history and experience in those fields, but our voice is not so visible. And I today want to talk with you and share some of the results of my research about history of research evaluation, especially in our region. And I would like to invite you to the discussion how we can make our situation in the region better. I will provide you some history, how research evaluation in our region has been conducted. And I will do this to make the discussion on research evaluation reform better. Because when you look into COARA initiative, which I support almost totally, you will see, and definitely you see, that it's not so well suited for our region. We have a history, we have a specific context, which should be something we are proud of. Of course, we also have some weak points, and definitely as all countries and regions. Today, I'm referring to our region as the whole. Of course, all our countries, Poland, Czechia, Croatia, Slovenia, Serbia, we have different flavors and so on. But we share some common history and common ground. And it is important to understand this, for example, when we talk about the number of diamond open access journals. And we know that in our region, mostly universities publish those journals. In Western Europe, it's totally a different situation. And today I will try to explain you why this history is different and what we can learn from this history. And I will start for one of many notice how our colleagues in the Western world reinvented the wheel again. 1 month ago, Nature published a note that UK launched a meta-science unit. It is the notice from August 7, 2024. And the question in the heading is, will other countries follow suit? Here you have Rapperswil Castle at the Lake Zurich. And why I'm showing it to you? Because when my country over 100 years ago had already the first meta-science unit, Polish scientists decided that we should have International Institute of Science to combine knowledge from all the regions. A century ago, there was idea to establish international meta-science unit. But it's not only the Polish case. Professor Martin Reinhardt, when he also tweeted about this notes from Nature, also asked questions and wrote these potential nature headlines from the past. 1920s, Poland launched a meta-science unit. Will other countries follow? Russia launched a meta-science unit. German Democratic Republic launched a meta-science unit. South Africa, Germany, who cares? In 2024, UK launched. So it's time to celebrate. From my perspective, it's not. But we should be shouting and calling louder and presenting our history, the let's say dark parts of our history, but there are also parts which makes us different and sometimes better. It's visible also when we discuss about metrics. We have a total different perspective to metrics, to journal metrics, and it derives from our history, and I will explain you why. But firstly, let me add one more element to this Eastern contribution. As you know, in the literature on research evaluation, you could read that the first national research evaluation system was established in UK in 1986, and now you know it as research evaluation framework and so on and so on. It's not true. It's not true. 200 years ago, there was already national research evaluation system in Russia. There were many evaluation programs, Polish program for science of science in 1918, Bolshevik Scientific Organization of Scientific Labor. There were also Soviet Central Planning as a full program. There was Nalimov program for scientometrics in Russia. There was Dobrov program in Ukraine. And there were so many different contributions in the field. And we forgot these contributions, and they are very good in some points, very bad in other, but still we can use it to understand ourselves and to improve our current situation and do just not copy Western solutions. And these voices must be repeated all the time. When COARA was launched, Martin Baresch, rector of Masaryk University, wrote opinion paper that widening countries call for greater say in informing research assessment, and we need such voices. Last year, I also wrote in Research Europe that Quara needs to look east to learn something, because we have a lot of knowledge how to evaluate, how to assess. Sometimes we don't agree. So sometimes we perceive that in the Western part there are better solutions, and sometimes they are. But still, we have a long heritage, and we'll have a history which defines us. And that's why sometimes it's not so easy to reform our own community. And about this, I try to write some arguments. Those arguments are presented in my research book on the evaluation game. And today I would like to share with you some parts of history and show you why knowing our own history on research reforms can explain better our current situation with publication pressure and publishing so many papers that theoretical framework created in the West can do. In other way, I will show you why, or rather, how to explain the so high number of diamond open access journals in our regions, how to explain that we publish a lot of papers and actual salami slicing is what we do for 200 years, and why we love metrics, especially young scholars. So first point is that metrics-based research evaluation is not a solution. I fully disagree that is a solution created by new public management in the 70s and 80s. It's a very long tradition, and in Eastern Europe, we know it for many, many decades. And where it actually started. So we can trace the beginnings of metrics-based evaluation even at the national level 200 years ago in Russia, when Russian Ministry of National Education sent a form to fill all activities of university professors. And the government, of course, wanted to push modernization of Russia to make it more Western, and oblige university professor to produce an article every year. So 200 years ago, there was obligation. If you are a university professor, you have to publish one paper. Great. So what ministry did? We know that there are not so much venues to publish, so we will create ministerial journal. But we have excellent rectors and deans, and they thought, if the ministry provides a single journal, it's better to create our own journal at each university, at each faculty, maybe at each department. And we will publish a journal in which our own university professors will publish papers to meet expectations expressed by the ministry. So we publish so many journals just to meet expectations from top-down policy from 200 years. My own country has more than 3,000 active scientific journals. Most of them are diamond open access, published by universities. My own university, Adam Mickiewicz University, has more than 100 active journals. My own department, having only 50 employees, publish almost 10 journals. Why? Because university professor has to publish more and more paper. And also the concept of societal impact, which is presented as a quite new, is a very old concept of usefulness of the articles, of the research. And this history, of course, has a later part, scientific organization of scientific labor. It was to some extent a great idea to show that if the government wants to have a more productive researchers, the government has to improve working conditions and give higher salaries to researchers. And here I presented also one of indicators discussed 100 years ago, which is indicator specific to our region and not used at all in the Western parts of Europe, that is publication length. We used to assess in many countries the quality of the scholarly paper through the length of the publication. So for example, my own country for many decades, even 10 years ago, assessed quality of a book and through the number of author sheets, in the sense that one author sheet is 40,000 characters with spaces. And if the book is big, it's a scientific book. It is not. It's not a scientific book. But as you see, it's the history which is still vivid. And we used to have a national research evaluation system, but not exposed, but ex ante, because we used to apply for money and provide whether our ideas will be in line with the idea of Soviet man or the Soviet economy or socialist economy. So to sum up this part, research evaluation, even at the national level, has quite a long history, and this history is still vivid in our region. And I just show you just a couple of examples, but we can trace a lot of things. We are typical practices for our region for decades. And if we want to reform our own community, even if we assume that all heritage from the East is a heritage we would like to avoid, we cannot do it in 1 or 2 years, because we have to understand the context, we have to understand the ongoing practice. And I would like to share with you the idea of playing the evaluation game, which to some extent might resemble the idea of gaming the metrics. Yesterday, during the panel, we were talking about gaming, publishing more to get award, and so on and so on. But when I conducted over 200 interviews with researchers, deans, and rectors, and I tried to understand the practices and motivations of researchers in our region, I realized that I lack of concept which could provide understanding what we, our community, do sometimes, why we publish so much, even though we don't get extra reward for it. And playing the evaluation game, I will present you in a moment, is the situation when we have to decide whether we will meet institutional expectation. This is institutional loyalty. So I will do what my dean wants to do from me, or whether I will meet disciplinary loyalty. I will publish in a way how my best colleagues do. And we have to balance dean colleagues, dean colleagues, dean colleagues. And when we balance it for almost 200 years in the region, we created a specific way of handle expectations presented in metrics. To understand the concept playing the evaluation game, let me show you or tell you about gaming the metrics. We know what it is, but I will explain you why playing the evaluation game might be perceived as something different. It's not exclusive for Eastern Europe, because yesterday we heard about Italian case with citations. However, it's extremely visible here where we live and work. So gaming, which is visible in all countries, is a strategy to maximize profit, which is fully in line with the rules. So it's legal, but we are looking for loopholes through unforeseen but permitted interpretations of the rules. So gaming is legal, but it violates scientific ethos, like salami slicing. If you publish 20 papers, what could be published as one single paper, you just provide information overload. You just provide too many papers to your own colleagues. But it's legal, it's permitted, and in many countries you can get rewards for more papers, especially when they are published in top-tier journals. But what is playing the evaluation game? Playing the evaluation game is actually not playing for the award. It's playing to maintain the status quo. So keep the job, like Russian university professors did 200 years ago. And it's most often done at the lowest possible cost, not to maximize profit. And it's often done to show our own institutional loyalty, that we do what is expected from us. But it's extremely difficult to assess this moral dimension because it's often the case that institutions expect something, evaluate it, but do not provide resources. So researchers very often say something like this: I'm expected to publish 4 top-tier scientific articles every 3 years. I have no office. I have no desk. I have no resources to travel. I have no resources to do research, even though I'm expected to publish international papers which are defined as papers published not in domestic journals. So what I will do, I will find any international journals and I will publish it in them. So this is this following rules at the lowest possible cost. At the end, there is no reward. It's just keeping the job and low salary. And it's very typical for many institutions in Eastern Europe that they expect a lot of things. You should publish in Nature. Yes, but I have no office. So what? Right? And we see it in many countries. I'm not saying that each country and each institution, but it's still visible that we push for more goals expressed in metrics, but we do not provide resources for it. At the end, researchers will play the evaluation game, but not to get financial reward, just to survive. So what are, from my perspective, key takeaways? So firstly, if we want to reform how research is assessed in our region, and if we want to make the reform which is accepted by the majority of the community, we have to understand that the use of metrics in Eastern Europe has a long history. We just react on metrics in a different way than our Western colleagues because we have a, let's say, quite a different experience. Moreover, as many sociological and psychological studies show, our trust in expert has an, let's say, Eastern flavor. Sometimes we prefer metrics because we don't want to be assessed by our colleagues. We believe they cannot be objective. And in the older studies, we could find that we prefer metrics because my colleagues were from the party. And I don't want to be assessed by colleagues. That's why I prefer metrics. I'm not saying that this experience is still vivid and there are also people from the party, not at all. But we see those arguments, those mythological arguments in a lot of discussions. And the most important thing, which is crucial to understand for Quora and other initiatives, in Eastern Europe, we have a very strong top-down science policy. The policy goes from ministry to institutions to departments, faculties, and so on. So in many countries, we just cannot do pilot studies without changing the law, for example, how we evaluate scholars. The change must be, one of the key stakeholders of the change must be the government, but we know how it's difficult to change, maybe not the government, but the way how they evaluate us. And let me conclude with 7 recommendations, which I perceived as crucial to any change in research assessment, even though we perceived research evaluation in quite a different way, whether we see the role of metrics as crucial or maybe just additional information for peer review, but we cannot change the way how we are assessed without some very important, basic, I would say, changes. So firstly, we have to acknowledge that assessing institutions every 3 or 4 years is just a stupid idea. Institutions need time to improve. They need time to do research. So any useful evaluation for institutions and researchers working at these institutions has to take at least a decade. We cannot evaluate every year, because if we evaluate every year and expect publications every year, we will get more and more. If you pay peanuts, you will get monkeys. It's so obvious. So 10 years or even more. Firstly, stable funding. We are competing all the time for grants. We cannot have stable scientific teams. How to produce environment in which young generations wants to work and can grow. It's impossible. Stable funding is crucial through block grants. And stable employment conditions. Of course, in my country, employment conditions are too stable, but there is no salary, so there is no competition. But stable employment conditions should be combined with this block grants. And of course, researchers should be involved in defining evaluation criteria. I'm not saying that we as researchers should be 100% creators of the criteria. I'm saying that we should be involved and say what is important to us and be key stakeholder in the process. Well, the most important thing is that we should think about evaluation through scientific community, research teams, and research groups. Let's look on the example of deans, of the heads of laboratories, which are evaluated through the number of publications, even though their main role is to serve for the community. At the end, they are adding themselves, especially in medicine, to papers, because they are evaluated in this way. So we cannot change it without thinking that not individual researcher is our unit of assessment, but the community, small research group, and so on. And of course, key scholarly communication must be managed by academia itself. For many years, we used to have a fruitful cooperation with commercial publishers. It's not anymore the case. The oligopoly of the biggest publisher destroy our scholarly communication. So we definitely have something to show to world that Diamond Open Access journals created by university community can actually work. The question is whether we really need so many journals in our own countries. And if metrics are part of research evaluation, all data should be open, because now, especially in university rankings and these kinds of tools, we have a black box. So even me, with a background in scientometrics, research evaluation, bibliometrics, I don't understand how those metrics are calculated, because there is a black box. There is not enough information to recreate and make reverse engineering. So to conclude, I would like to say that we have a long history. We should be proud of some of those things and do not remember that we can solve our problems just by taking solutions which are created somewhere else. We have brilliant minds. We have a young generation of people who know what they want to do. And I think that here in our region, we should make a stronger voice that we can do our things by ourselves. So this is my key message. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Hi, I have a question. Well, this all reminds me very much when I'm thinking about creation, creation science and creation journals. We used to have a criteria by the Ministry of Science and Education for all journals that included how many pages have you published, what is the complexity of a typeface, which was really absurd criteria. But also we had a lot of criteria which went into the sphere of numbers, how many papers, how many citations, etc. But what you are talking about researching whole groups or teams of scientists, and that is a bit in contradiction with what we are trying to do with credit taxonomy and contribution roles of each author. So in that way, I'm thinking it's more like egalitary system in which all contributors would be considered to have the same value, which is usually, in my experience, not the case. So you have a team of scientists who are working on some project, and some of them are working a lot, and some of them are not. I'm not saying that they are not contributing in some way, but the contribution is not the same in each case. And what is your proposition on how to avoid such, pitfalls from this system?
Thank you. It's an excellent question. So first of all, we have to, the first step of reform is change the way how we think about some things and change the language. And actually, in this case, we have to return to ideas which were created, especially in our region. So we had the idea of scientific collectives, and it was even the idea to use bibliometrics to count the contribution of scientific collectives and the members in 1935 by Ludwig Fleck. And later we have in the 60s the full scientometrics program for scientific collective by Vasily Nalimov. And the idea is not to give the full and the same credit for any member, but the idea is to assess the role of a person in the collective, in the team, how the person contributes to the success of the team. And the biggest challenge is that any database collects this kinds of data. We don't have indicators. Why? Because those collective thinking about science is only visible still in science and technology studies, but because of the Eugene Garfield and Derek de Solla Prize, instead of having collective view on science, we took this individualistic, capitalist, pragmatic view of individual researcher who can achieve success. At the end, we have a Nobel Prize laureates who actually work with hundreds of people, and there is achievement not of a single person, but the whole collective. But at the end, we know only the name. The same issue is with authorship. We care who is the first, who is the last, but at the end, who cares about it if it provides scientific progress and provides something for us. So I have no solution for this moment, what kind of data we can do, but we can use. But I do believe that if we want to change something, we have to start this discussion whether individual researchers is really so important, or rather the community which work together. And later, if we want to measure something, because we will not avoid metrics, let's measure the contribution to the community which achieved something.
Thank you. May I ask you for maybe a practical advice or an opinion? When we speak about COARA and reforming research assessment, how to overcome this gap? Because I think it goes from both ways. One thing is that countries from this region, and especially the top of the countries that needs to make the change, they often reject or are totally oblivious of what's going on in COARA. And on the other way, also the COARA is quite showing quite a lot of misunderstanding about the way how the science is organized in these countries. We had a personal experience in my institution. We are a faculty, so part of the university, and we could not sign COARA because they expected the university as a whole to sign it. Although we are individual legal institution, so totally autonomous, they prevented us to become part of it. So there is this discrepancy between the two, and how to overcome and actually be part of something and make it work better for us all.
Tough question. I will try to address it. So I will start from this dialogue with, let's say, our Western colleagues. So I perceive that the ball is on our side of the stadium. There is misunderstanding because we are not telling very clearly what we are, what is our history, what we expect, what are our challenges. That's why they assume that they can use their own way of thinking and frameworks to understand our part. So it should be on our side saying, guys, it's totally different. We cannot do what you are expecting from us because the government. So for example, I was asked whether I will do a pilot study at my own university to evaluate scholars with the indicators for open access. And I said, yes, absolutely. The government will change the law because we cannot evaluate scholars without changing the law and without the agreement of the unions and so on and so on. So in the 5 years, we can start it. Is it okay for you? No, you have to start in 3 months. Sorry, guys, we cannot reform our country in this way. And when we speak in our own countries, I would say it's a long process. We have to educate all the time and keep going and keep pushing and so on and so on. So it will take years, but someone have to survive the process and at the end make a brand new world for the younger generations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure you will have more questions, but we don't have time for a discussion. You can continue the discussion over the
So
coffee
I'm
break.
open.
I also have 2 or 3 questions for you. It was really an inspiring lecture. Thank you, Emmanuel. Sorry, our next speaker is Maya Dolilan. Maya will speak about leveraging the open-air graph for transparent and responsible research assessment. Maya, please introduce yourself because I cannot open your CV. I'm sorry.
Okay. So I work at OpenAir, and which is a non-for-profit infrastructure for scholarly communication. And my role there is basically user engagement and working on EOSC-related initiatives and projects connecting OpenAir with the larger European environment. And today, yes, it's this one. And today I'm going to present to you a topic, not a topic, but we're going to focus basically on how OpenAir Graph and the EOSC Knowledge Graph, which is also based on the OpenAir Graph, basically are leading the way to creating transparent, responsible and inclusive research assessment practices. And basically these tools aggregate, it's okay, yes, thank you. These tools basically aggregate really large amounts of metadata from research outputs, which basically gives a really holistic assessment of various scholarly work. And we will kind of look at what functionalities it offers, what kind of data they aggregate, and how they basically align with the evolving needs of the research community for responsible assessment. So one of the primary challenges, as we have seen throughout the conference, is that the current research assessment is basically over-reliant on these simplistic bibliometric indicators, such as publication counts and impact factors. And these metrics, of course, often fail to capture the various and this full scope of the researchers' efforts, particularly in areas of like data sharing software, also interdisciplinary research and societal impact. And this can, of course, as we have seen, lead to biased evaluations where important but less traditionally recognized activities are then undervalued. So the OpenAir Graph basically provides a solution to these challenges by aggregating metadata from a wide variety of research outputs, which includes publications, data, software, methods, patents, and more. And this is the difference from similar tools as OpenAlex because it encompasses a large variety of various research outputs. So by integrating all of this data from trusted sources, the OpenAir Graph basically offers this holistic view of various research contributions. Another service that we offer is OpenAir Monitor that is basically based on OpenAir Graph, as are all the services of OpenAir. And this service basically further strengthens these efforts by providing the different stakeholders various dynamic visualizations and dashboards that allow them then to track research impact, open science practices, and various performance metrics. We will see a bit more about this in the future slides. So the OpenAir graph is basically a core service of OpenAir, as I said, because it feeds all of the various services that we are offering, and also the European Open Science Cloud, which are both basically dedicated to advancing open science and providing the necessary infrastructure for transparent and responsible research assessment. And it serves as a critical resource for institutions, researchers, and policymakers by offering, as we said, comprehensive open access repository of linked research outputs. So the OpenAir graph aggregates metadata from really extensive network of over 140,740 data sources. And this includes trusted repositories and databases, as you see, such as OpenDOAR, then Open Free Data, DOH, and the preprint servers. And by pulling data from these various sources, the OpenAir graph enables this wide-ranging view of research activities, ensuring that publications, datasets, software methods, patterns, and more are really captured and also connected between each other. So what sets OpenAir graph apart is its use of advanced AI tools that automatically enhance and enrich the aggregated metadata. This includes also deduplication processes, the integration of PIDs, and the addition of key information about authors, affiliations, co-citation, co-authorships, and so on. And this then results in a scientific knowledge graph of over 272 million research products, which then offers really a rich interlinked map of global research outputs. So the OpenAir graphs pulls metadata, as we said, from highly trusted and reputable resources. And these basically platforms are essential for ensuring that we include a wide range variety of research output. And this broad aggregation basically ensures that research across all disciplines and all formats is presented in this way. So here we see the graph model. So once it's all aggregated, the data, a critical process follows of deduplication. And this involves basically ensuring, as you see here, that multiple records for the same research output are identified and then consolidated, and persistent identifiers from sources like Crossref, ORCID, and UnPaywall are then utilized to basically accurately track and merge the records, resulting in a cleaner and more reliable data sets. And this is basically crucial for maintaining data integrity and eliminating any redundancies in the research assessment process. AI tools here play a major role. They enhance metadata by adding additional layers of information. For example, they help in improving the classification of research outputs, tracking author relationships through co-authorship networks, and identifying open access status. This makes the OpenAir graph not only comprehensive, but also highly detailed and accurate, and supports a more nuanced view, of course, of the research contributions. In this enrichment process also allows the graph to offer these deeper insights, of course, as we have said. It also helps in tracking citation and collaborative networks, which are also vital for responsible and transparent research assessment. So we go forward. So OpenAir's open infrastructure is basically key to achieving this transparent and fair research assessment. So unlike any proprietary databases, it ensures that institutions and researchers have access to enriched open metadata that supports a more comprehensive evaluation of research outputs beyond just publications. So OpenAir collaborates also with initiatives such as Open Citations and OpenAPC. Open Citations uses data from the OpenAir graph to enhance citation data, while OpenAPC provides basically insight into the publication costs, such as APCs and BPCs. So this collaboration basically helped create a more robust and fair evaluation framework, which then aligns, of course, with open science principle and enables responsible research assessment. Another service that we have, and is of course based on the graph, is the Open Air Monitor service. This is basically provides a snapshot of the graph that individuals or stakeholders are interested in. And this basically provides institutions with real-time data on research activities, helping them basically to visualize key metrics, like, for example, research impact, funding sources, and collaborative networks. And these insights, of course, are essential in improving the evaluation of research performance, moving beyond any traditional metrics towards a more holistic view of the research assessment. So here we have an example of a national level implemented monitor service. So the Irish Open Science Monitor. This one uses, of course, our service to evaluate how well the country's research aligns with the open science goals, demonstrating its practical application of policy monitoring and national research assessment. So you see that the open graphs here feeds the monitor. It is basically filtering the information that's relevant for the Irish and then shows them the results. So the Irish Monitor is basically a prime example of how this can support national level research assessments. And also, it also supports basically policy development and decision-making by providing a detailed and up-to-date open science view of how well a country is progressing towards its goals. So you can see here a snapshot of what kind of visualizations you can basically access by having such a service for yourself, which can be quite helpful. So the monitor service integrates various indicators by which you can then evaluate research. And these are qualitative and quantitative, of course, while quantitative metrics, of course, offer a measurable data on research output, citations, and impact factors. Qualitative indicators also provide context and depth by evaluating this broader significance and societal contributions of research. And we believe that this balanced approach then ensures a more nuanced and fair evaluation of research work. Also, a monitor service also involves indicators that define fields of science and sustainable development goals, which then emphasize the broader impact of research on global issues. And by incorporating these metrics related to SDGs, evaluation processes can basically better understand and assess how research addresses critical global challenges, like, for example, climate change, biodiversity, social inequality, and so on. So Open Air really supports the goals of COARA and DORA, and of course also the Barcelona Declaration by promoting open, transparent, and fair research assessment. These reforms advocate for moving beyond the traditional biometrics, like we said, impact factor aged index, in favor of this more inclusive and diverse evaluation of research outputs. We are also involved in the working group on open infrastructures for responsible research assessment, which ensures that the evaluation practices are transparent and equitable and aligned with global standards for open science and research integrity. So as we have seen, the Open Air graph basically plays a crucial role in advancing fair, responsible research evaluation. And by offering this open and inclusive platform, it enables a more comprehensive view of research contributions and supports basically diverse evaluation methods. So just to recap quickly, the Open Air graph provides a robust solution to limitations of traditional research assessment methods by offering this detailed and open infrastructure that enhances data quality and inclusivity. And by integrating both qualitative and quantitative metrics, it basically ensures a more holistic view of evaluation of research, capturing not just publication output, but also broader impacts and contributions. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you're interested in learning more, be sure to find me somewhere and I can discuss more.
Thank you, Maya.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have a short question. You are mentioning SDGs because I'm running Environmental Sustainability Committee. I
Yeah.
was wondering, are you assigning SDGs according to the keywords? Since we are still working on harmonization of what SDGs keywords should be assigned to each
Mhm.
SDG, and what SDGs are numerated differently in different countries.
Yeah, yeah.
For example, in Sweden, it's completely different than in, I don't know,
Mm.
Croatia. So how are you tackling this fact that you could have wrong assignment of SDGs to individual research contribution?
So I don't know the specific details on how they assign this. I know that we have really comprehensive documentation that explains this, and I can check in during the break and give you a more detailed answer that I don't say something wrong right now from my head. So I will check it and give it to you. Yeah, because we have everything is published and transparent, so you can see how everything is put together and what kind of rules we are following. So yeah, I'll give you the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maya.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Janez Štebe. Janez is head of the Slovenian Social Science Data Archives. He is active in international networks and associations of social science infrastructures, integration, in particular CESDA. He leads National Research Data Alliance Node. He is also engaged in substantive social science research and team open science topics at the University of Ljubljana.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for accepting my presentation. And it's very interesting following the discussion you have here. Probably the title of my presentation should be changed after the yesterday discussion because it's quality there, and we learned that quality probably it's hard to have many aspects, and maybe there are other words that may also fit there better. But I cannot change now the title of my presentation, so I should go with this. And well, the first thing I want to emphasize is that in a recent survey there, it came out as a result that researchers themselves, among all the open science activities, they praise most highly the research data management activity. So it's a kind of a sign that this should be evaluated also in the systems of evaluation more to take all the output that researchers have, but the data, it's traditionally already a research output, and it should be maybe emphasized more. And many of you maybe heard about already that research data can be exposed as first-class research output. It can be just like publication. Also, research data take a lot of effort and involved a lot of ingenuity from researchers, and we discussed. Someone mentioned our presenter previously mentioned that the collectives are also producing research results, and there are people who are specialized in producing research data or analyzing it and so on. So there are different roles, and each of them should be emphasized. So this kind of, I would like to support the thesis that research data can actually be treated like publication. And we are saying that research data as a publication can have certain attributes, like it can be citable. It has author and all other elements of citation, and it as Maya said, it can enter the research graph as an object that is equally valid as other objects. And it can have an author, even if there is a dispute. If you ask some lawyers, they would say, you cannot put a license on the data because it's a fact. You cannot protect the information. But we know that there are, again, very specific things that comes with the data production, creation, and that I mean, there are different aspects, and sometimes people are using the data that exists and combine it, and then also they need to respect the licenses that are there. And the data can be published somewhere. And I'm arguing that if the data is published in specifically if it's published in domain data repository, it can be then that this repository can be treated as a research journal, scientific journal, and that actually there are different processes that the domain repositories are actually following, that makes this fact or thesis that the research data can be a publication, they make more ground to it. For example, there is a selection of data. The data need to be preserved in its integrity. And I will turn back to this problem because like there are different repositories for data, and some of them, they accept the data even very narrow and a slice of data only, not of it entirely. And there is a special care for metadata in domain repositories, and there is these fair principles, and they talk about this the data that it's the metadata should be more expressive and more complex to provide all the information that is needed. And different repositories, they may provide only elementary metadata and very little documentation about the provenance of the data. And usually this documentation is not checked. So the researchers who want to use this data needs a lot of effort to invest a lot of effort to access and then organize the data so that he can use it. And even then, maybe there can be some miscommunication in a sense of understanding the data. And the last point I want to here emphasize and put more discussion on it is that actually the domain repositories can assess scientific value of data. And here I come to this data quality aspects. And it's for sharing data, the main point here is not just to check the reproducibility of article and the finding of article, but to actually assess if the data is reproduced, if it's useful for other purposes, not only original purpose. And this is kind of the quality I want to emphasize here. So again, when talking about quality, we heard a lot about interesting ideas that there is in every assessment, there is certain context dependency. And for one purpose, the data that fits one purpose cannot fit other purposes. Or the context can be other data that is available here. If there is better data than the one we are assessing, they are accessible, then this data has less value, even if it's in a sense very correct in methodological or other aspects. And from literature or from other systems, we know that there is like statistical quality report also count on different dimensions of quality, like comparability, accuracy, and so on. But this is, again, it's a specific purpose, how this data serves statistical purposes of usage. And again, we cannot just calculate the sum score, the index, to add different aspects and say, if it cumulates, then it's the best data. Often it's important to emphasize particular aspects, and this make the specific data very valuable. And the final point here is that the cost of data processing and digital curation is a factor there. So there is plenty of data and variety of data there, but not of equal importance in a sense. So I want to present now what's the practice that we have here in ADP, Social Science Data Archive from Slovenia. We actually make a systematic overview of different aspects of quality and who can assess different aspects of quality. I cannot go into each of the details, but there are like data archivists already when assessing the quality of data looks more formal on more formal aspects. And then there is a head of acquisition who takes a context of what's the goal of the collection, what are the emphases, what are the topics that we need that are interested for researchers. And there is a domain specialist. Usually it's hard to find specialists who help there, but they can also evaluate how the data is useful for different research problems, for theoretical or practical problems, and also take this into account. And finally, we need to decide whether to accept the data or not to accept. And this means that also there is a selection, and there are different ways how to share the data. So here are just some examples, and you can maybe, we can discuss this later about particular criteria. We actually made a very long list, about 70 criteria that we then arranged in the different section there and who assessed each of them. So it's a size, but it's also the cost of the data and how it's exhausted in the narrow research problem and so on. So just to reach a conclusion, and then I'll be happy to discuss this. We actually have a good relation with our national founder, who were already from some long time accepted the criteria that we used in a sense of assessing the scientific quality of data in actual research assessment in the scores that researchers gain, like from publication, but also from data. And this is something that serves as an incentive for researcher to provide the data, but of course it has also some disadvantages. But final word here is that assessment needs time, but it's then also not only rewarded for researcher, but it can enhance further the quality of the data, because during the assessment, some weak points are spotted, and then during the like in the journal, when you have this review, you can address the review comments and then enhance certain aspects of quality. So it's also if the assessment of data is there, this gaming can be reduced, because then this salami slicing of data also doesn't count as so much. So thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Could you give us a rough estimation how many in percentages social scientists in Slovenia deposit data?
It's the number is still low. So even
How many data sets do you have?
we have, I mean, there's the data archive already is there for many years. So currently it's about 1,000 data sets that it's there
14
stored.
years or more?
For
When did you start deposited?
it's already more than 20 years. So this is the very relevant question, because it's a question also not only to incentivize researchers, but also that now we have a reform of open science, and there is a demand that research data need to be deposited and shared, and so we hope that this will improve.
Yes, thank you. And we also know that it's a little bit complicated in social sciences to deposit data. It's not so easy to deposit transcripts of the interviews and other stuff.
There are different kind of data, and then there are different criteria also how to assess this kind of data. But also there's a question if it's complicated, maybe not only from ethical or other point, but if there are, maybe the data is not so important, you can deposit it in the institutional repository, and then it's a less effort for you as a researcher.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Zorica Jankovic. Zorica is a research librarian at the Institute for Biological Research Siniša Stanković, National Institute of the Republic of Serbia, University of Belgrade. Zorica organized training courses tailored at the needs of the researchers, focusing on literature search, scientific publishing, and data management. And she is a repository manager for IBIS Repository of Scientific Publications and Research Data Radar. Zorica, you are already here. I didn't see you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ksenia. Ksenia presented me and my institution, and I will, in front of this group of authors, present our abstract on how we try to reconcile open science practices and research assessment requirements with the new national CRIS system in Serbia. For the beginning, just to have some points which are well known, at least for this audience. Open science promotes transparency, open access, and reproducibility in research, ensuring that research data outputs are openly available and reusable by others. However, traditional research assessment systems prefer quantitative, not qualitative, but quantitative quantitative indicators such as general impact factors, counting of citations, which do not fully capture the value of open science practices. So we need to find a balance between open science practices and research assessments. The Serbian research community has made significant effort in implementing open science principles, particularly since the adoption of Open Science Platform in 2018. This platform introduced the Green Open Mandate in Serbia, which led to growth or development of more than 80 institutional repositories in 5 years, complying with FAIR principles and international aggregation. On this timeline that is presented on time graphics, you can see or follow this growth. And if you scan this QR code or follow this link, you can read it in detail. In 2022, the Serbian Ministry of Science developed a national CRIS, national CRIS system called e-Nauka, which means e-science, to track research outputs for reporting and assessment, both researcher organizations and researchers. This QR code will lead you to the portal e-Nauka. E-Nauka includes metadata on publications, patents, and other outputs from various sources, including institutional repositories. eNauka consists of two parts. One is the administrative interface that is restricted, and the other is a research interface that is public. The research interface includes a registry of research organizations and the registry of researchers in Serbia. Serbia had several centralized models of CRIS system before, which did not persist. In these models, researchers were responsible for data input. This data was not curated. Curation was planned, but it was practically impossible because of lack of sufficient staff with adequate skills. At this point, Serbia had or has had better, a significant number of institutional repositories which can ensure good metadata curations. So it was clear that this new CRIS system, building upon an existing repository infrastructure, would be more cost-effective and efficient than building completely new one. So now eNauka is fed with data from these institutional repositories. However, not all scientific research organizations have institutional repositories. So their data are retrieved from other bases, such as Naši UVOSU service. It is metadata harvested from Web of Science by the National Library Consortium, and COBISOC, OPAC. Also, researchers are allowed to submit their data through Crossref or their ORCID profiles. These data are firstly curated by metadata curators before they enter eNauka. eNauka is also filled with legacy metadata imported from the old CRIS system. This was one-time actions. Those metadata were not checked and corrected before import, and here we face our first challenge. One of the impacts of implementation of eNauka was a significant growth of new repositories, institutional repositories, which is good. However, some of these new repositories exist only to feed metadata into eNauka with minimum focus on full text, open access content. Furthermore, researchers attempt to submit non-repository materials, or they refuse to submit full text. On the other hand, there is a pressure to adjust standard metadata schemas in repositories to non-standard classifications used by the ministry. As shown on the previous slide, there is also a lot of those dirty legacy metadata imported from the previous CRIS system that needed to be curated. Still lacking sufficient staff with adequate skills, the ministry increased the workload for librarians. Librarians, who are usually repository managers at their organizations, now became metadata curators in eNauka as well. On the next two slides, you can see these dirty legacy metadata. For example, this record has unparsed information in the title field and incomplete author information. And this record has no title and no source publications and so on. All these challenges were addressed, and the initiative for it came naturally from librarian community. A working group was formed, bringing together librarians, repository managers, ministry officials, with an objective to curate data in CRIS system for proper research assessment without compromising open science. The idea was to develop guidelines for metadata curation and repository management. These guidelines were adopted in March 2024, and they are meant to help data curators and repository managers, and are supposed to empower repository managers to promote open science. On this slide, you can see how these guidelines look like, and following those QR codes, you can access them. On the left-hand side, we have guidelines for metadata curators, and on the right-hand side, we have guidelines for repository managers. As you can see, those are different guidelines since there is a need to curate both data in CRIS system and in institutional repositories. Guidelines for metadata curations in eNauka describes how to create metadata, and guidelines for repository managers explains mandatory and optional metadata to be provided when depositing various research outputs in a repository. Here we have an example describing how to deposit a conference object published in a journal. At this stage, it is difficult to assess the impact of guidelines since they were presented firstly in February 2024. It is only almost 7 months since then, but there are some indicators of improvement. We have feedback from metadata curators and repository managers. We have their comments, questions, suggestions, since those guidelines are open for comments on Google Drive. Then repository managers with these guidelines are empowered to reject incomplete submissions. Researchers became more aware of institutional repositories, and the ministry and institutional management became more aware of the role of librarians. Also, some institutions developed or updated their internal guidelines relying on these documents. Despite the progress, challenges remain. There is still a lack of awareness and understanding of open science practices. We still can see cultural resistance within academic community. But if we want to align open science practices with research assessment, we need policy reforms to reward open science practices. In conclusion, policy reforms and education are essential to fully integrate open science into Serbia's research assessment system. These are my colleagues and authors of this abstract. We are all librarians, repository managers at our organizations, and the metadata curators at eNauka. We are almost all the only librarians in our organizations. We have a network through which we help each other to overcome challenges librarians are facing, and here it is open science and research assessment. Thank you for your attention.
We have a question.
Yes, thank you. In Croatia, we are familiar with the challenges of making a CRIS system and implementing it. So this is something that we are all aware of. So thank you for sharing your experiences. And my question is a bit more general. You mentioned that in Serbia, there is a green open access mandate. What was actually mandated and how is it controlled?
Mandate is only for publication, actually. There is a mandate to make all publications financed by our ministry 12 months after publications. So researchers or scientists are supposed to get that embargo period, but it is only for publications. For research data, there is only recommendation at this point. But as far as I know, Milica is more in this topic. There is a new platform coming soon, which we are hoping, which will maybe give more wider openness, if I can say so. Regarding control, I'm not sure if it exists actually. So it is, I can say that I, as a librarian at my organizations, I talk to them and I encourage them to follow it. So it is the only way to do it at this point.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I am aware of the fact that we are struggling with wrong or not complete data, incomplete data. I'm wondering, I guess that you anticipated that in advance, but could your data be used for this open air graph that was mentioned previously? Can they collect the data about the openness of your resources? Or is it like a closed system only for use of your institutions and funders?
I haven't heard the first part of your question.
Can it be used to produce data for open air graph? So they will collect the data about the openness of all your publications, research outputs, etc.
I'm not sure that
Compliant with other repositories. That's my question. Yeah.
eNauka or our institutional repositories, CRIS system or
CRIS system.
CRIS system. Maybe Milica can answer this question better than me. I'm not sure, but I know that our institutional repositories, not all of them, but quite a number of them are aggregated in other systems. But for CRIS system, maybe Milica knows better.
Yeah, I know because I was involved. So we have about 40 repositories that are harvested by open air, and actually in the design of these repositories that are managed and created by the University of Belgrade Computer Center is the idea of being harvested by open air, because for long the open air monitor and the open air explorer had been the only place where we could actually collect any reliable data about our research. So we are very much aware of open air, and we are very much relying on this infrastructure. The current CRIS system is developed using DSpace CRIS. It's fully aligned with open air guidelines, version 3, not version 4 as yet. There is a plan to do this. However, the decision depends on the ministry. Currently, we have, which I objected a lot, currently the license applied to the metadata in the national CRIS system is all rights reserved, because some of these metadata were imported from the, you have restricted metadata in the data set, and we need to resolve this somehow. But there is a plan to integrate it fully with the Open Research Graph, because our researchers are also becoming very much aware of this kind of international visibility. And that was one of the crucial factors in managing to develop such a huge number of repositories in a short period.
Thank you. Thank you. We have to go on for the next presentation. So before our final presentation, after the presentation, please, we will all have a group photo in the lobby or in the stairs? Not before lunch. A mistake can happen. Sorry, I'll now introduce a talk and present Natasha Miladinovic and Nemanja Perovic from MDPI, please.
Hey, hello, everyone. We are Natasha and Nemanja. We are from MDPI and we work as a general relations specialist. We are very happy to be here today with you. And this year organization, as always, is amazing. So thanks to volunteers and organizers. Today, Nemanja and I will speak a bit about diverse perspective on research assessment. So in next 10 minutes, even it's two of us, we are like promising, we know it's lunch time soon, so we will be on time. Okay, our mission of our company, MDPI's mission, is to promote open scientific exchange through scholarly open access journals and scientific communication project across all disciplines. Some numbers and facts about MDPI. We are a pioneer in scholarly open access publishing since 1996. And as you can see on the slide, so far, we have 450 open access peer-reviewed journals across all categories. We are very proud to mention that 97% of MDPI articles are covered in Web of Science. 72% of our Web of Science and 80% of our Scopus journals are in Q1 or Q2 categories. Of course, so far, 1.5 million publications with 655,000 submissions and 285,000 articles published in 2023 with more than 3.5 million authors. A result of our work is also stated here. As far as you can see here, MDPI journals are indexed in every top database, including Web of Science, Scopus, and of course, Directory of Open Access Journals. As you can see, 274 MDPI journals are covered in Scopus. And during 2023, 57 new acceptance in Scopus, which is a great result. Also, 97% of MDPI articles are covered in Web of Science, as I mentioned previously, and 400 journals are listed in Directory of Open Access journal base. On the right side, you can see 2023 impact factor results. So 237 journals earned an impact factor in MDPI, and of course, 139 journals ranked for the first time, and 77 journals with an impact factor above 3, which is really, really a good result. Here, I would like to mention some details about editorial process, which I know it's a really popular part when we attend conferences like this one. So I would like to mention that our peer review is, of course, rigorous. And on the left side of the screen, you can see the graph, how we work. And I would like to summarize some details, like all of our journals are peer reviewed. All journals follow the same editorial process, which is extremely important. All articles follow the same editorial process, so it doesn't matter in which journal you submit. And the main detail is that an academic editor is always associated with every paper. What this means? This means that academic editor is going to make a pre-check decision, first decision for the paper, and of course, final decision, which means academic editor is checking each version of course, manuscript, has access to reviewers' comments and authors' response. And some important evaluation criteria for our articles. As you can see, some general of them on the left side: originality, novelty, significance of content, quality of presentation, scientific soundness, ethical concerns, and overall merit. Of course, it needed to be checked. Does the introduction provide sufficient background and include all relevant references? Is the research design appropriate? Are the methods adequately described? And are the results clearly presented? Of course, are the conclusions supported by the result? And are there appropriate and adequate references to related and previous work? And of course, before I give word to Nemanja, I would like to mention that here we can see an overview of MDPI editorial process. So we are fast and we have fair peer review. This is extremely important for us. Also fast dissemination of research that allows reproducibility and validation. it is important to mention that any valid, sound research should be published, including negative results. The significance of an article should not be judged by only reviewers and an editor, but by the community at large. And of course, maintaining high academic standards and trustworthiness requires, of course, robust editorial practices, but also strained ethical standards and comprehensive and consistent quality metrics. Nemanja.
Okay, now I will speak more about quality metrics of peer review, actually on which aspects we are putting, let's say, specific attention, so what we are checking and etc. For sure, like as was mentioned in the first slide, like how we're doing, once we receive submission, it doesn't matter. It's going to be like a special issue submission or regular submission. It's always associated with the academic editor. For sure, it's external academic editor and going to the same peer review process. First of all, we're doing a technical pre-check. What does it mean, technical pre-check? So we're checking, does the paper maybe contain any kind of the issues with previous published papers? For sure, any kind of copyright issues, ethic issues. For sure, like author information, these are like also now this popular topic. And for sure, also like it's really popular topic about AI detection and etc. The task will be done by editorial office, for sure. After we done this, let's say research part of one paper, once we receive it, we're going to the next phase. Next phase is to invite our academic editors. This is like external professors and academics and etc. And they're checking like whole of these things again. And for sure, like they're checking like the scope of the paper, is there like any kind of the novelty and etc. And they're making actually the first decision. First decision can be like like a continue to peer review, or we can go, of course, like otherwise to reject the paper. And as I mentioned, like those kind of decisions will be done by external editors. In peer review process, once we receive it, like a decision from external academics to go to the continue to peer review process, we're going to the next stage. Let's say maybe most important stage is a peer review stage. In how we're doing it, how we're selecting reviewers. So I believe there is like a lot of misunderstanding regarding this part, but in peer review process, every reviewer must hold like a PhD, of course, and we are taking care about conflict of interest. So we cannot invite like reviewers. They're like recently have like a publication with some of the academics and then etc. And they must have like a recent publication in last like a couple of years. So they must be involved like with new trends, with novelty, with science, and then etc. Regarding like also in the PI, mostly we have like a single blind review. However, we have like also possibilities for the double blind, and for sure like a third option is open review. So what does it mean, open review? Actually, authors can choose does they want to be like an open review. So in that case, like a papers will be published with reports and respondents. So this is like option of the authors, and they can choose this part. Also, regarding this peer review process, it's worth to mention that at least we need to gather 3 reports, at least, I mean like a 2, but sometimes it's 3, 4. It's really dependent of the quality of the review reports, and it's dependent if you receive like a one reject report in the peer review process. In general, also like a multiple, we have like a 2 rounds. For sure, we have also can go to the 3rd round, but this case must be like insisted by academic editor and etc. Let's say this part is a final stage after we finish like pre-check decisions, whole investigation regarding like some potential issues. Final decision, we have a couple of them. Of course, every paper can be accepted, rejected, and we send it to minor or major revision. So how we're making actually a decision, I mean like our academic editors, this is going to be based on the review of reports for sure, about the novelty, significance of content, scientific soundness, about the language, ethical issues, and definitely like interest to readers. In case, as I mentioned, like we received reject report in peer review process. In that case, like a multiple academic editors will be involved in final decision. So this is like a most important thing that we would like to mention in order to avoid any kind of misunderstandings and misconceptions. One more thing, and we're done, like about ethical standards and policies. We're really taking care about research integrity, since also this is one of the most important topic for this conference. So definitely public ethics, it's like a set of different guidelines principles, procedures, which we have, of course, in our publishing institute. And their aim is to ensure like a quality of the paper and the validity. So in this case, as you can see, like on this slide, we are putting like a special attention on editorial process, but we are like checking for sure. Authorship, of course, it's like a really, really important. There are like a lot of try to make kind of the fraud and then etc. Intellectual property, it's like really, really important. Image, as I mentioned, like a copyright, ethical oversight, and informed consent. Of course, like a participant must be informed and they must agree about if they are like involved in any kind of research. One more thing, and we are like almost now like publishers definitely hold the key and they're responsible for ensuring like ethical standards. And they're like a different kind of mechanism in pre-publication, post-publication. There are always like concerns about some of the papers. We can do corrections, redaction. If you notice some of the papers, some kinds of misconduct or something like that, absolutely feel free to let us to know. So we'll be more than glad to investigate this part. This is like a little survey, and you can see here that pretty much 95%, some is 90, 80% of our reviewers and authors are really, really excited with our work. So that will be everything with us, from us. If you have any kind of the questions or something like that, positive, even like a negative feedback, we are more than welcome to hear it. And I know like a coffee break is coming, so I will not bother you more. You can find us like in front of here on our booth.
I will bother you. I have.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem.
Great presence, so you can
Thank you
visit
for
the-
your
the booth.
presentation. And I would just, when you presented all the data and as transparent as you are, what is the rejection rate in MDPI journal?
In MDPI journal, in general, on all journals, in general, for whole journals, it's a 57 or 58%. It depends from the journal to the journal, but in general, 57 or 58% for
Yeah.
all journals.
We would probably like to see those statistics as well.
No
then.
problem. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We can share those
Thank
information.
you. Do you have any more questions for our sponsors? Of course.
Of course, I have question. Yeah, I need a gold one next year. Yeah, I was wondering, since you have only a very short peer review process, like 2 weeks, fast, yes, not short, sorry, fast. What are your incentives, rewards, or certificates for reviewers? Because due to reviewer fatigue, we are struggling as a journal to find available reviewers, and you seem to have hold the key to the success.
Okay. So pretty much, maybe we have like a different policy. So if you do review in any of MDPI journals, we going to give them like a voucher. It's going to be 50 or 100 Swiss francs. So this is like a kind of like a motivation, how we are motivating our reviewers. And in general, like everything what is like associated with like money and etc. We're trying to invest back to academic community. Those is like one of the like idea conference. We have like a different type, best paper awards, travel grant for editorial board members. Now it's like really popular. For example, UU award. It's more connected to the chemical science, and the price, for example, is 100,000 Swiss francs. So this is like a lot of initiatives how we're trying to invest back to our academic community and to motivate like our reviewers and etc.
Also, I would like to add that we have in MDPI our institution of open access program. So you can check if your institution is part, and I think more than 10,000 institutions are members. So you can even get some additional discount, except being a reviewer. So 10% of discount is also available.
And one more thing, and we are done, sorry, but in general, like 45% of the like APC, it's actually discounted in general, like on the institute left. So pretty much if you see one price, 40%, 45% more and less, like actually it's reduced.
Thank you very much. Let's continue the discussions over the coffee break. And our next session is in 20 minutes. And we have our poster presentations.
Ne znam, nisam nikome ukazao da imaju pointer, ali...
Pa tu im stoje.
Šta sad palimo?
Session 4.
Popalio, jesi? Ok, super, super. Ne slikam ovo.
Ne idem gore. Hello, everybody. So we're going to start with our fourth session, poster session. I hope you all had a refreshing drink, coffee, and we can start with this exciting session now. So we're going to have 4 poster presentations, only 4 due to cancellations, last minute cancellations. It's going to be the whole session is going to be shorter. So we're going to have, I don't know, 20 or 25 minutes for the presentations, and then we're going to have Q&A with authors next to their posters, which are presented in the back of this room. And after the session, as it was announced before, so I'm going to announce it again, we would like to have group photo here on the stairs, on the white stairs. Lunch will start at 12:30 after the session. Yeah, and that's all in the program already. So I would like to start with poster presentations. So I'm gonna invite our first poster presenter. It's Madhura Amdekar with the title Open Infrastructure for Research Integrity, Leveraging Scholarly Metadata as a Trust Signal. Is Madhura here? Yeah, hi.
Thank you for that warm introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Madhura Amdekar, and I'm a Community Engagement Manager at Crossref. It's a real pleasure to be here today and talk to you about my poster, which is titled Open Infrastructure for Research Integrity, Leveraging Scholarly Metadata as Trust Signals. So over the course of this conference and during the summer school, there have been several talks about research integrity and metadata. So this audience is quite familiar with all of this. So I'm going to briefly talk about what Crossref does. Crossref runs an open foundational scholarly infrastructure to link research objects, actions, and entities. It assigns DOIs and collects metadata for a bunch of research objects, and there's a partial list of these research outputs on the slide. So things like journal articles, grants, preprints, reports, protocols, reviews, and so many more. There are currently 160 million open metadata records with a DOI that have been provided by more than 20,000 members who are from 160 countries. So we are a not-for-profit membership organization. These DOIs are resolved, which means that they are clicked on or followed by 1.2 billion times every month. We facilitate metadata exchange, and we support nearly 2 billion open API queries every month, which facilitates global research exchange and communication. All of this metadata is used to power several services, and I have picked 3 of them, which I thought would be of relevance to this audience. I'm sure many of you are already familiar with these. The first is reference linking. So if you have DOIs included in your list of references, it enables researchers to follow a link from the reference list to other publications, and it helps them to make these connections and discover new things. So it improves the discoverability of your work. Similarity check is another service. I'm sure many of you have already used it. It enables editors to assess the originality of the work before they publish it. So your pre-published manuscript can be compared against work that's already out there, that's already published, and it can compare for similarity in text. Crossmark is another highly relevant service. We all know that research is not stagnant. Even after publication, it may undergo updates. It can be retracted, it could be updated, it could be corrected. At times, some additional information might be added to it. So for this, members who have implemented the Crossmark service, they display a Crossmark button on their content, on their PDFs, on their HTMLs. And when you click on that button, it allows readers to see whether there has been an update, whether the work is up to date, whether it has been retracted, or something has been added to it. So having information on retractions and corrections accurately displayed in the scholarly record is really important because you want everyone to access and cite the most up-to-date information. In a significant move in this area, last year, Crossref acquired and has opened up the Retraction Watch database. This is a database that tracks retractions and other post-publication updates. Now that this data is available openly, downstream services that rely on open and high-quality metadata can use this, which means that this information is available across the scholarly community. So what does all of this have to do with research integrity? So all these metadata records, this is a visual example of a metadata record with a DOI. And all these circles around the DOI represent some of the basic metadata that members deposit when they deposit their DOI. So this includes things like author names, you have the title of your work, the references, some key dates associated with that publication, and so on. So this figure represents very basic metadata. But you can have so much more. So this is an example of a rich metadata record. This includes things like ORCID IDs, which are identifiers for author names. If it's a journal in a biomedical discipline, and if it refers to clinical trials, then you can have an identifier for the clinical trial information as well. You can have a data set that went into this work. So you can have this data set linked to this work. You could have funding information, and if the funding information contains funder ID, then you are linking which funder funded this work. So having a DOI is not a signal of quality. A DOI indicates that the work exists, but it's all this additional associated metadata that gives you context about the work. It tells you who were the authors, what else have they written, who was the work funded by, who else have cited this work. So all of this associated metadata provides important context to the work, and it allows the scholarly community to assess the trustworthiness of research work. So you can imagine that the more metadata elements are associated with the work, the richer the metadata record is, and there are more pieces of information that's available for the community to assess the trustworthiness. So we have been engaging with our community to understand which metadata elements are key for them for communicating trust. And I have more information in my poster that's put up at the back. Some of the elements that come up often are retractions, abstracts, because they are amenable to text mining. They help in identifying patterns, references, funding information, and so on. So that's all I had to say about how open infrastructure, how having this open metadata available can help with research integrity by acting as trust signals. I'm here for the rest of the day. If you have any questions, please come talk to me. I'm also very keen to hear from you. What metadata elements do you think are important for communicating trust? What are your challenges in collecting and depositing this information? And how can we all work together to preserve the integrity of the scholarly record using metadata? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madora. Our next presenter is Lea Škorić, title Balancing Principles and Practices, Disciplinary Differences in Creation Research Perspectives on Open Access Publishing.
Thank you, Lovorka. Today I'm here to present a work that was co-authored by my colleagues, Professor Jelka Petrak from the University of Zagreb School of Medicine, Bojan Macan from the Institute Ruđer Bošković, and Miroslav Reiter from University of Zagreb. The poster is entitled Balancing Principles and Practices, and it's about disciplinary differences in Croatian researcher perspectives on open access publishing. So my colleagues and I have done a few research on open access in our community, and this is a part of one research. The main aim of this research was to analyze the attitudes of Croatian authors, but also to ask them not only about what they think of open access, but how actually do they choose the journals that they publish and which are their practices. So in addition to that, we wanted to explore the differences between researchers in STEM and SSH. We created an online questionnaire with 17 questions, and it was distributed to researchers from Croatian universities, research institutes, also to our PhD students, postdoctoral researchers, and librarians. We had more than 1,000 answers, but we engaged in this analysis only 763 fully completed questionnaires. Of course, we did a statistical analysis to identify differences and practices. So these are only some of the results because we have a very limited time span here. So I wanted to present which are the key factors for choosing a journal. And it seems that both in science, technology, engineering, and medicine, and in social sciences and humanities, factors like reputation, disciplinary orientation, and scope are predominant. Journal impact factor is still very important, and we believe it's probably because it is intertwined with the idea of reputation. Quick publication is also important factor because all of our scientists are under pressure to publish a certain number of papers in a certain period of time. Acceptance rates, we expected this element to have a greater importance, but it seems that our researchers are confident enough and that they don't choose a journal according to their acceptance rate. And the promotion of article after the publication on social networks and so on is not as important as we expected. Also, we asked authors, are they willing to publish in open access journals which are not diamond and on those who charge article processing charges. And there's a big difference between STEM and social sciences because in STEM, 62% of authors said that it's okay for them because they value the reputation of the journal regardless of the OA business model. And some of them do it because they support the principles of open access and prefer to publish in open access journals. It's much more often than in STEM, authors have no issues with covering publication cost because they're covered either by a project or by their institution. And for social sciences and humanities, almost two-thirds said that they are not comfortable with paying APCs. They believe that for such journals, profit is more important than the quality of the published article, and they don't want to pay APCs because they don't support placing any kind of barriers to the dissemination of the scientific results. Also, there's a problem of acquiring funds to do so. And just shortly, a few conclusions, and for all the other questions, I will be there at the poster stand. So no matter of their disciplinary orientation, a vast majority of our respondents expressed support for OA publishing, and both groups of authors believe that authors should have more control over the publishing modalities on choosing where to publish rather than funders or their institution. Authors are predominantly motivated by the journal prestige, and unfortunately, the OA status is not as important to them. And as I mentioned before, STEM authors are more likely to submit to pay-to-publish journals than social sciences and humanities authors, because their concern is more over quality and then on financial aspects. So for all other questions, I'll be there at the poster stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Lea. Next presenter is Romana Andrijević. Data retrieval, data cleaning, and data merging, creating a database for bibliometric analysis.
Good morning to you all. I am very happy to have this opportunity to present to you our project that has been going on for a year and a half and is still ongoing. So the aim of our project is to create a comprehensive data set of all publications by Croatian clinicians from 2005 to 2002, because we wish to study any potential effects Croatia's European Union membership has had on those publications. The very focus on publications that our Croatian clinicians have published, rather than the predetermined research areas of the databases, has required us to go the more complicated route, and that is the affiliations. As you can see, we have received some funding, thankfully, for this research. We have extracted the data from Web of Science and Scopus databases and have collected parts of the missing data from the PubMed services. We used Excel to do most of our data cleaning, merging, etc., that you will see a little bit later. And we extracted the data in April last year, so you know how long this process has been going on exactly. To identify all of the affiliations, we use the government-provided lists of all registered health subjects, and we have truncated and grouped wherever possible in order to make a viable strategy in Web of Science and Scopus. We downloaded all of the data and deposited the raw data in the University Hospital of Split Digital Repository, and the raw data is publicly available and free to use. To do the deduplication, we decided to use Python for the records that did have a DOI number, because it was the only truly unique identifier in both Scopus and Web of Science. So we decided to temporarily remove records without the DOI number and use the Python to deduplicate everything else. We, of course, had some errors from the databases, and we had to do those manually. Then we had to decide which columns from each database can be merged with another column from the other database. Like, how are we going to merge two data sets that are not the same, that don't have the same data available to us? So Where we could, we merged the columns. Where we couldn't, we just left them. Of course, that depended also on what we are going to analyze later on. Through the merging process and deduplication, we realized that our initial search strategy was very wide, and it was intentionally so. But we realized that we had a lot of affiliations that do not meet the inclusion criteria. So we just decided to manually clean everything. So we checked over 21,000 records or rows in Excel manually and excluded 3,500 for not meeting the inclusion criteria. The most important missing data was the publication month, as they will be our observation points for interrupted time series analysis that we plan on doing later on. So we automated this process for almost 1,000 records in PubMet using Python and PubMet. And the rest of it was extracted manually, 1,500 and something. It was interesting to note that the majority of the missing data in this context came from Scopus and Croatian journals. Why? Well, we wanted to make a truly comprehensive database of our Croatian clinicians and what they published, regardless of research area predetermined by any databases. And we believe we will have that after we include the records without the DOI. That part of the process has since been completed, and what awaits us now is a painstaking process of cleaning the data, because not even the countries were written in the affiliations in the way that the UN recognizes. So what we need to do now is use regular expressions in Python and map out everything that has been indexed as an institution, as a country, journal, publisher, etc., in order to get everything, and then try to merge all of that into something that we can actually use later on. We believe that to study the impact of any institution or department or Croatian clinicians, we should use affiliations instead of research areas, because our clinicians, for example, have published in research areas that are not just clinical medicine. We have veterinary sciences and food and technology, agriculture, etc. We hope that our research, which will be published later on in a much greater detail, the whole process of creating this data set, that it might help researchers, especially researchers like us who are just beginning this bibliometric journey, to actually have a point-on-point guide on how to prepare the data set, because we have noticed there are many articles on data cleaning, on merging, etc., but they are mostly generalized, and most bibliometric analysis just say we clean the data, we merge the data, but they don't say how. So we are hoping to actually provide a bit of insight from our process in that. Thank you for your attention. I will be at the poster.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to call Olivera Nastic, our last poster presenter. The title is Digital Library of the Belgrade City Library in the Service of Citizen Science.
Dear colleagues, I'm Olivera Nastic. I'm from the Belgrade City Library. And first I want to thank you, the organizer, that they are accepting my abstract for the poster, since I'm coming from the other type of the library. And sorry, because of my voice, sometimes I will lose it. Thank you. In my poster, poster, I presented the history of a digital library of the Belgrade City Library and its implications to the citizen science. I also showed in my poster who use it, in what purpose, and at the end I showed some examples. The plans for the digital library in the Belgrade City Library, it was started in 2000 years, but unfortunately it was at the end realized much more later. Thanks to the 3 years project, Accessit project, we made the Libra Digital Library. And the whole material that was in the Libra was from the Beogradica department. It was part of the Belgrade City Library. And it consists of material about Belgrade and its surrounding. But unfortunately, due to development of new technologies and the lack of space to storage digital material, library management decided to switch on a new platform, to Rescart platform. It is a free platform and has much more spaces for the object. In the other part of my poster, I showed what is the theme that they are citizens and other users of digital library, what purpose they search the digital library. It is about historical research, about journalism, education. How do we know? Because some of the digital object in the digital library, we don't have everything that we are digitized in the digital library, as I said, because of lack of space to storage it. But some of the objects are just a part of the big picture, as part of the mosaic. And because of that, the researchers, non-academic or academic, or some citizens have to come to Beogradica department to research other details. In the other part, the last part of the poster, I showed some examples. This is by colleagues, and in those team, they are personally were interested, but they're lucky to them. Their institution supports them to build the project. You can see this is a museum of Jelena Ivanović-Simić, is also a librarian. It is a museum of Serbian Medical Society. It is the youngest museum in Serbia, but it consists on a museum of science and technique. You can see this picture. It was very interesting. The other part, you can also see this. This is Zagreb Institute for Social Medicine of Ministry of Public Health in Zagreb in 1925. You can see all those have links on our base and also in a digital library. Because I work at the cataloging department and all of them have to go through my department, then we are going to digital library. And this is also colleague from Kladovo. This is some old map, and she was also interested in that research. And this is also colleague from the public library from Čačak. Olivera is also a poet, and because of that, this theme is very interesting to her. And in the end, what can I say? That our digital library is a valid repository for the cultural heritage about Belgrade and its surroundings. And we can evaluate that through two different platforms. This is a good base for researchers and educators, and in the end, the other public. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olivera. And for the end of the session, I invite Juan Carlos Mariscal Grau to do a short presentation. Juan is one of our sponsors from Statista.
Good, thanks. So guys, can you hear me right? Yeah, it's good. So I wanted to offer something a little light before we close and go to lunch. Thank you. Thank you. So this little presentation here is called Boosting Good with Data. So this is a little project that I'm personally working on with Statista for the past year officially. The point today is to show you how we can shorten Croatian academics' time to insight for sustainable impact, right? So a little bit about me. I am a client success manager in the Academia Europe region. So I cover 36 different countries. I have a little bit of a background in sustainable transition from Università Bologna, and I have a hospitality entrepreneurship background and a marketing bachelor from Mexico. So that's my contact information. Please reach out if you have any questions after this. So 3 main points for today. The point is just a little intro about Statista in case some of you don't know us yet. Our sources, know where our data comes from, and the main added value to academics. The second point is just the boosting part, no? So it's boosting good with data. Boosting meaning research AI and the technology that we utilize in order to help you access data faster, easier, more reliable data for your research. And then finally, the good part, no? So a sustainability focused project. That's what I'm working on. Let's try to do it as briefly as possible. So the mission of Statista, in a nutshell, is empowering people to make fact-based decisions. So we do this with our team of around 700 researchers on different fields, 170 different industries and 150 countries. We have started since 2007 in Hamburg, Germany, aggregating different reliable sorted sources such as the International Monetary Fund, World Health Organization, and other private consultancies, etc. And then we have mutated a little bit, evolved into a market research company. So we cover, right now we have around 1 million statistics. From these, we have tried to make them easily digestible for academics and private sector to really use it fast, no? So it's a very, very simple platform, very easy to use. More than 2,500 academics worldwide uses, institutions, right? So this is the data sources, kind of the breakdown right now. As I mentioned, around 35% started aggregating secondary sources, no? And now we have around half of our database is exclusive data from Statista, so mainly 2 points, forecasts that we build in-house, covering more than 1,000 markets, and then also from our global consumer survey. So this is a survey that we do to 2 million people worldwide in the top 50 economies, covering around 50 topics. It's around 250 questions. So 1%, 16% is freely accessible. So it's our little contribution to the open data that we offer academics, no? Just a little point about our added value to academics. It's easy search, very easy for students to utilize. 3-click citations, so different formats that you can really quickly click before downloading the statistic or the report or the topic page that you're looking for. In 2022, around August to 2023, so around 12 months of use, around 77,000 Croatian academics saved about 3,000 workdays. How we compile this is by comparing to other search engines such as Google, etc. And we found that for every visit, you save 28 minutes. So this is really kind of like the added value of Statista. It's really easy to use and the formats are very friendly, download very fast, and then you have everything ready just to put it into your work and use it. No, it's reliable sources and you can cite them right on the spot. So this, in comparison to the world average per user, the Croatian ones, I mean, it's 30 times better. No, so this was before that we started with the AI project. So this was came up in May. So that's brings me to the boosting part. Right now, we're utilizing Cloud Sonnet 3. So this is an LLM that puts the technology through our Statista brain, where we have been compiling these stats for the past 13 years. So now you can connect the dots easily and not just search for things, but really prompt in more complex questions and get down a text summary of your answer, and then reliable sources that you can easily cite and access quickly. Right now, it's less than 3% of the users worldwide that have been accessing this tool, but it has shown promise, more than 3 times the usage boost. No, so that's the boost part. So yeah, has some limitations, of course. We always recommend checking information against the original source, and some things that are excluded and included. So we have stats, infographics, topic pages, all of that is included, but also our exclusive data currently is not included. So it's a good way to kind of contrast the data by utilizing it with campus license international access, no? So just a quick thought on how I realize I'm not talking so much about the main topics of this conference, but some thoughts of how we can kind of contribute to the community in this way. We offer way more affordable pricing in comparison to our private solutions, of course, per user. And then this free data points that we offer, around 77,000, more than 20 stats that are updated daily. Transparent methodology, of course, for forecasting all of these. The Global Consumer Survey, everything is freely available for everyone. Presentations monthly. So we have this so-called bat on stage where our experts present like some trending topics, popular topics on our platform in a short format, 30 minutes, and everybody can access that data, of course, to see, kind of get some inspiration on how to apply it. And then tens of thousands of infographics readily available in the Statista app. So this is a free app where you can download quickly, and then video resources on YouTube on how to use the platform, applications, and some condensed formats on different types of charts, right? So coming to the last point of the presentation, I don't know how we are on time. Still good. So the good part, so focusing sustainability insights, no? So I've been working with you guys, with librarians in these conferences, and also video interviews to try to find out what are your pains, what are your main kind of like things that I can do for you to support you, right? So I've heard, yeah, maybe helping users get motivated to go to these workshops to learn how to use the electronic resources and get more bang for your buck, of course, how to take advantage of that. So I've been delivering over 70 tailored, personalized workshops that resulted to be very engaging. So I'm trying to focus on the different topics that are most interesting for students mainly, and asking them in the end, how did it go? How can I help you improve them? So in the end, this versus last year, it increased around 32% the usage of the platform. So they're covering all the parts of the platform. So they're learning how to use it and how to apply this better. In my mind, this is a way to help researchers produce better quality work, no? And then, of course, there's much more to be done. This is a little example of something quick that I threw in today from our research AI. Just kind of typed in where some economics, since we're in Cyber, I thought, okay, tourism could be a cool application. So we came up with these quick insights from the platform. So the tourism contribution, as you probably know, is GDP highest in Croatia than EU members. Sustainable tourism practices are on the rise, and there's increasing demand for eco-friendly products and services. No? So using the consumer insights is kind of like a do-it-yourself tool where you can build your own insights, build your own stats, and find even target audiences. Like, for example, with AI, we saw, okay, Germany is the main visitor that comes to Croatia, so that could be a potentially good target audience to study, to boost somehow, offer some communication to this to attract more and more, and then maybe go even further, make it very, very segmented, and find like exactly what is the profile that is most likely to come. So we found out with a survey that is mainly female, really values sustainable tourism. So that sustainability is a main factor when they're deciding on a destination. Their main hobbies is to dine out, health and fitness. They're mainly business travelers. So 70% said that they're business travelers. So considering these things, they are high income, most worried about climate change. So we asked them what are the main challenges for their country. So climate change and environment are one of the big concerns of this target group. Large city dwellers living in the biggest cities. They have a bachelor education, and the main goal in life is to have a happy relationship. So that's around 3.1 million Germans that fit this profile. So that's a quick example, no, of how Statista can bring this down to actionable insights, right? So there's another resource that I worked in for the beginning of last year, just compiled the top 10 kind of stories of where these markets are forecasted to grow most relating to sustainability. Here's one, and I just kind of ordered them there. So one of the examples. Another one was a presentation on secondhand apparel. So there's this huge movement in the fashion industry, and the size of it, it was very popular. A lot of private clients worldwide attended and thought that that was very valuable. And then just kind of conclude what students, researchers, librarians, and professors think about these workshops. I've been asking them after every single one, what do you think? Was it useful use of your time? And yeah, 86% said really, really useful. And then asking how I can take more, can give you more advantage to take these tools. And mainly they want short snackable content. So we're working on that. Also offering longer trainings and more frequent trainings. So we have a weekly training hub in English and Spanish and French and in German. And then, yeah, accessing easier. No? So this is 278 attendees across 30 countries in the last 2 years that came up with these insights. No? So I don't know if there's any questions at this time. So far, pretty simple. Perfect. So in case you want to connect, that's my LinkedIn. And well, I had to, of course, include the winner there of the race. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're not done with presentations. I would invite you to join the authors next to their posters to ask questions. And before you go, I just want to quick reminder that we would really like you to be at the conference photo with us. We will here at the stairs at 12:30. So please join us. And one reminder more is that the lunch is still 2. So the 5th session starts at 2. Initiatives and practices in transforming research assessment. So yeah, see you. Have a nice time. See you at 2. Okay, we can also take a photo together at 12:30 and then go to lunch together. Okay, yeah. Guarda,
Evo ja dvije.
Sad kad slomim nogu pa će biti problema. Daj u plavu. So you can have another one.
Better at the beginning. You want to stand to present your introductory remarks. Please sit and take your place. So I will start with
What's the order? There is no order.
the order. They will be ordering the same.
Yeah, but not the seat. Not the seat. Shouldn't we
switch chairs?
Oh, yeah.
One of the biggest challenge at any conference is to start a panel after a lunch, right? So hopefully we will make it very engaging for all parts of the panel. And I'm super happy that we will talk again about research evaluation. However, our panel is organized for discussing and talking about initiatives and practices in transforming research assessment. So the idea is that we will try to talk how we perceive, how we experience the situations in our institutions and countries in which we see the need for reforming research assessment, or we see actual practices. And I would like to also discuss with the panelists and with the audience how we can improve the situation, because yesterday we heard all the time what additional work is put on the shoulders of researchers and editors. We do more and more and more. So maybe we will be able in this panel to talk how to do less, less and less, and publish less, less, and sometimes nothing. Because it also might be a goal of research assessment and reforming research assessment. Today, I have a great pleasure to have 4 panelists. Let me start from introducing shortly our panelists. Then our panelists will provide some introductory remarks to our panel. After this, I will ask a question to each panelist, which is not prepared in advance because we assume that it will be really engaging and sometimes questions might be out of the blue. So we will try to engage also you for the discussion. And later we will open the floor. I have some ideas how to engage with you and ask some questions which will hit the temperature of the discussion. But we will see what our panelists will do. And remember, there are no stupid questions to the audience. So there are only some answers difficult to people who ask. Please remember that this panel will not be just one direction of messages. We will be talking, but in a half an hour, we will try to talk with you because the experience, your experience might help us to understand better research assessment. My background is in philosophy, so I know that the real wisdom can be born only in dialogue. So I invite you to dialogue. We will start with Diana Caric. Let me introduce. Yes, but my idea is to talk and see everyone. I remember who is who. Diana is from Croatian Science Foundation. She is head of the Department for Monitoring Project Implementation. In the foundation, she is also part of the team for open science implementation and actively involved in advancing open science within the foundation. In that capacity, she's a representative in Science Europe Working Group, Open Science, and in the CONOSC. Okay. And she earned her PhD in interdisciplinary science. Exactly. And the second panelist is Erzsébet. Erzsébet has been the program manager of COARA, where she's responsible for the day-to-day operation of the coalition. As such, she also coordinates the COARA Boost Horizon Europe project and has a solid background in open science and research assessment in the arts and humanities disciplines. And before COARA, she was the first open science officer for DARIAC. She received her PhD in cognitive linguistics and you have to help me for the proper pronunciation of the name of the university. But some dots are missing, I think so.
I cannot leave it to you without.
Okay, Eötvös, Laurent University? Eötvös, oh, thank you. Our third panelist will be Iva Melinczak-Zlody, who is a scholarly communication and e-resources librarian at the University of Zagreb, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, responsible for institutional repositories development, support in electronic publishing, providing electronic resources, information, literacy education, and bibliometric monitoring of research output. Eva is involved in several national and international projects and initiatives aimed at building and enhancing the infrastructure for open scholarly communication. And last but not least will be Milica Shevkusic. Sorry, I did my best. I even got some lessons, but it was what I was able to do with my Polish pronunciation. He's a project coordinator for the IFU Open Access Program and a librarian at the Institute of Technical Sciences of the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts. Her professional interests focus on open science, library services aimed at supporting research activities, training in academic services and tools, support to open access journals, information literacy, and research ethics. She was a member of the working group responsible for drafting the Serbian open science policy and is now a member of the national team working on the policy update. Welcome to our panelists, and I would like to ask you for your introductory remarks for our discussion, and we will start with Deja.
Hello, everyone. Well, as I was introduced, I'm coming for the Croatian Science Foundation, and we are funding research projects in Croatia. We were established in 2001, but the first project were financed in 2013. And since then, we have a lot of calls. And for this discussion, it's important that we had more than 2,000 project proposals and submitted proposals on our ground project that's called the research project and installation research project. And succession rate of those proposals that they have become a project is around 40%, that I think it's really high. The evaluation process in our foundation was, it's not still, we changed it, was that after the eligible check, all the proposals went to the evaluation panel, which are appointed by our government board. After the public call, they make their evaluation they made as evaluation criteria of that step was a short summary, then working plan and financial plan. After that panel, all the project proposals were sent to the peer review of mostly international scientists, because on some specific projects concerning Croatian language and so on, we are sending that to Croatian reviewers. And after that, panel again forming the list of the project that are recommended for the financing. So on this last call we have this year, we change our criteria, and I think that many of you will be proud of us, because we, after the eligible check, all the project proposals are sent to the peer review. We are collecting 3 evaluations of international reviewers. And after that, all the proposal will be rank to the marks they got, and they will be proposed for the funding. The other change we made is that the principal investigator is not anymore evaluated about his publication in a journal, in a high ranking in journals. Now they are ranking with their all track record that includes invited lectures, I don't know, awards, patents, and so on. So we change our evaluation of the PIs. We are not taking care about impact factor anymore, Qs, and so on. And those are the first steps that we made in changing of our assessment of the research project. And we were thinking about narrative CVs, but we are not sure when we will adopt that, and because I'm not really sure is our community is still prepared for something like that. But I'm asking all researchers from Croatia, maybe you should tell us what you are expecting from the Croatian Science Foundation in that sense. That would be all from me.
Thank you very much. I wrote down a couple of questions, but I will have to wait because we have the first round of the introductory remarks. Elizabeth, please.
Okay. I also took mental notes and a couple of questions, but unfortunately, before jumping to that, I need to do my homework. And so let's do this. So my name is Erzsébet Cifra. Some of you may know me from Open Science and Arts and Humanities and area, but about a year ago, I decided to try my chances in actual implementation of research policies, and that landed me in the project manager position of Quora. It's very, very tempting to ask at this moment, like, how many of you have heard about Quora? So I will just get my chances. How many of you have heard about Quora? Okay. How many of you contributes to Quora in certain way, one way or another? I count that. Count that. That's also really, really good to see. So yeah, we are going to be talking Quora later on, but just for now, so just for, especially for the newcomers, Cora is a large initiative. It's a global initiative for research assessment. It includes a coalition itself, includes almost 700 members now. So if we want to say something big, we can even frame it as the largest initiative for the reform of research assessment. But what is more important than that is that it's an initiative that is growing out, that has been growing out from a widespread and very massive dissatisfaction with the current proxies used for research evaluation worldwide. So we've seen a lot of dissatisfaction, we've seen a lot of frustrations, we've seen a lot of troubles in how research is done. The question was, okay, the dissatisfaction is a shared feeling, how to move forward from that, how we move forward toward actual implementation, or more realistically, implementations in a very, very strong plural. And so this is where Cora came to the picture. Cora, as I said, is a large coalition. It's a very, very young one. So preparations around Cora started as early as 2020, the early 2020s. And the idea was to set a common ground first, the common principles first, that implementation communities, organizations, national frameworks can translate to their contexts, to their traditions, to their preferences, but first agree in the key principles. So to achieve that, there was more than a year-long consultation period with more than almost 300 universities, and not only universities, but 300 interested organizations and the representatives took part in that, negotiated on the principles, fine-tuned the principles together. And as a result, in summer 2022, what we call the Agreement on the Reform of Research Assessment had been published. And it contains 10 high-level principles, what should be the key cornerstones of the reform. And what is the beauty of Cora, if you ask me as a program manager, also the challenge of Cora is that it's a coalition of it aims to be a coalition of the doers, a coalition of the actual implementers. So it aims to go well beyond endorsing these 10 high-level principles and pledging an approval of them. But those who are members of this coalition of the willing, coalition of the doers, those organizations, because the coalition is optimized for organizations, they have the power to change things in the systemic level. So those organizations who become members of Cora commit to implement these 10 commitments within their organizations. And they do not only just commit to do that, because it can be many things, but they also commit to report on that to the rest of the coalition. So there is a knowledge sharing aspect of it. This is Cora. By nearing the second birthday of the coalition, I will talk later about where we are. For now, very quickly, if I need to pick just one theme, I would highlight the social life of the coalition. So I dare to say, nearing the second birthday, Cora is now well populated with implementation communities around. We have 13 working groups working on transversal topical areas that are key to the successful reform. But we also have fora for geographical alignment. These are called the national chapters, who are contextualizing the reform for certain, in the context of a given countries. So organizations belonging to a given country can also join forces and coordinate on a country level through the Cora national chapters. Which organizations are these? Mostly universities, but also research funders, also to some extent national agencies, academies, learned societies, and probably importantly to this conference, also open infrastructure providers. So they are members of this large coalition, trying to push forward actual implementation of the reform. Thank you.
Thank you. And Milica, the floor is yours. Yes, Eva will be
Yes, I have,
later. I mixed up. I'm sorry for this, but
okay. I made a presentation, but I can do it without it. So I wanted to talk a bit about some developments in my country, which are probably transforming developments, but not necessarily in a positive direction. So we have different contexts where research assessment is done. And I would highlight as the most important one, I mean, the one that affects all the other levels is the assessment of publications. So we have the assessment, one framework is used for the assessment of monographs and conferences. And this is not very transparent. There are national bodies per discipline, etc., that should be doing this, but they neither do it regularly nor transparently. And for some disciplines, it's very clear. For the other disciplines, we don't really know for 10-year periods how to assess particular books. Then for the journals, this one is the most expensive and the most developed ones because they're using for the journals, local journals that are indexed in the international databases, they are using the Web of Science, actual journal citation reports, and Scopus is used Q1 and Q2 only for social sciences and humanities. And now they also include some other databases like ERIC, like some linguistics databases, but it's not really clear. So for example, if you take those databases, you can't really say whether this journal belongs to a particular rank or not. This has to be decided by a particular body. So which means that only for Scopus and Scopus for the social sciences and humanities and for the Web of Science, a researcher can know how many points should they score. And this affects the other things. So then we have the assessment of researchers, which is, there are several frameworks for the assessment of researchers. One is for career development, for the election into research titles. And they have, I don't know, periodical elections and re-elections, 5-year periods. And there is a rule book. There are many ranks. We call them M's, and this is, colloquially they say, what's your M factor, etc. And researchers in Serbia believe that those M's, those local ranks, are universal. So when they talk to colleagues, it's funny, when they talk to colleagues abroad, they assume that everybody else has those M ranks and that it's normal. It's, something like a natural law to have those M's. And it's funny when you have to explain to them that it's quite local. And then apart from that, these criteria for career development, they are mixed. They are quantitative, but also qualitative. And some of those qualitative criteria, they are eliminatory. So if they don't meet a particular criterion that is qualitative, they can't be elected into a particular title. So they have to meet it. But the prevailing flavor is that of the quantitative assessment is what really counts, because they have the way to gain those qualitative criteria, but they don't have they have the way also, the guest authorship, etc. But yeah, that they care more about those quantitative criteria. And there is another new thing which is called excellence that is introduced last year, which means that the 10% of the excellent researchers per area, per research title, get a 30% increase in salary, which is a lot. And we spent about 6 or more months of our lives last year, all of us, including librarians, dealing with this, because it turned out to be very expensive. They use the system because, they say, well, it's too expensive to use peer review, etc. But this one turned out to be very expensive because it was done by a guy who had been working for the ministry for some 20 years. He knows only about the Web of Science data. He has some homemade database based on Web of Science data, and there are many errors in his database. So the first version of those lists, that was a disaster. And we worked for about 3 months to correct those things. And this affects everybody because what I see as a consequence is the lack of collaboration among people who could potentially be rivals in the next round. And I see this as a huge step back. Then we have the assessment of institutions for accreditation, which is qualitative and quantitative, prevailingly qualitative, I would say. And we also had for self-assessment for research institutes in 2020 for the first time, which was mixed, which was prevailingly qualitative. And I saw this as it was a difficult task to perform for institutions because they didn't get clear instructions. But for me, that was I was hopeful that they would continue with this, but they didn't do. In 3 years. They were supposed to do another round, but they didn't do it, and nobody knows. They said that this provided information input for a switch to, because we are now transitioning towards an institutional system of funding. Previously, it was a project system, quite complicated one. They said that it was used, but I don't know whether there will be another round or not. As for research group, that was very nicely pointed out this morning. We don't really have a proper assessment for research groups, especially when they apply for projects. And projects, the assessment of projects is primarily based on peer review, and all the projects are to the National Fund. The National Fund was established in 2019. All the project submissions are in English in order to ensure an unbiased peer review, which is, I mean, it has flaws, but it's basically peer review. So that's what's going on. And my question, I wanted also to introduce another topic for all of you, is I came to the conclusion that researchers somehow love metrics. For example, we tried to open a discussion with social scientists and especially humanities, and they were asked, okay, tell us, how would you like to be assessed? You say, for example, for this excellence thing, they had completely different criteria. Monographs were assessed, etc. For researchers in STEM and social sciences, they used only the Web of Science data. So, but they usually say just pick up another list. There is a more favorable list to me, and they can't agree which is that list. And they don't really provide inputs to policymakers and to the ministry, etc. So I came to the conclusion that researchers like metrics, even those in the humanities. And we can see a kind of a proliferation of metrics. On the one hand, you have metrics that seek to track the things that were not tracked in the old system. The Web of Science doesn't track, etc., which is very positive, like, for example, those open air metrics. But on the other hand, to what extent do we understand those metrics? Do we know how they're calculated? Do we really understand? We know it's described, but do we really understand them? What these metrics mean? I'm not sure. And are there some areas where those metrics are not necessary, but they are introduced only because it's possible to introduce, and we are not really thinking about the consequences of this trend? That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to welcome Maria, and we are super happy you join us. I will introduce you just after Eva's introductory remarks, and then I will give the floor to you, to your introductory remarks also, okay?
Okay. I don't have a presentation, but I just want to change the background while I'll speak. So that while I'll speak, you will be looking at this blurry form. Sorry, it's very blurry on the big screen, but I think it will continue very nicely on what Milica was saying in the last few sentences. You have a more complicated one. Well, then we should have compared them. So yes, first I speak from a position Emmanuel already introduced me. I am not a scientometric scientist. I am not a policymaker. I am a sort of a middleman, an operational person who sometimes does, I don't know, bibliometric reports or something like that. And I sometimes try to influence policies And very occasionally, I get some certain kind of successes, but not often. So what I would like to do actually is try to describe the situation in Croatia related to humanities and social sciences, humanities particularly, and that's why we have this formula, and anyone who is a scientist in humanities know what this is. And also in a small academic community, because I firmly believe that any reform of research assessment, if it's successful, it has to break that hard nut, and that is hard. For any reform, this is where it usually breaks. And I'll try to explain reasons why I think it is so. I might not be right, and I will not go into much detail, just to describe what I see and what I recognize as some phenomenon. So when you look at the situation in Croatia, my first impression is that what we see among policymakers, but also among academics, and this is what Milica says, there is an absolute, like a bipolar position. We have one position among many where people have absolute distrust in scientometrics and contempt and some kind of repulsion. They say, oh, scientometrics, that's not science. They totally reject anything that's related to any kind of metrics and try to fight it. And on the other hand, we have an over-reliance on metrics because that's something that's objective and that's qualitative and you cannot game it, although you can. So yes, even when you ask, for instance, humanities scholars to try to come up with a suggestion on how to evaluate them, then you get something like this. So this is not a formula that was imposed only from the top. It was something that was devised with the collaboration of academics. Beside that bipolar position, we also have a very pronounced lack of knowledge about actually bibliometric methodology, about data sources. So this lack of knowledge is present among policymakers, but also on the level of people who operationalize things. So those people who are involved in evaluating a certain university or departments within the university. So on all levels. So even when we heard a lot of how methods and data sources and algorithms are sometimes opaque, but they are not always. Impact factor is a very simple measure, but you need to know and understand what it means actually. And we don't have that. So we don't have the understanding of limitations of data sources. So how can they be inaccurate? How they have biases in selection of resources, how they lack controlled identifiers or anything like that. So they are taken like they are perfect. Lack of knowledge about methods, about algorithms that are used, and very importantly, lack of understanding of purposes of assessment. So assessment is used because metrics is readily available, but there is no one thinking about the effects. Okay, if I use this metric, I will incentivize this kind of behavior. Is it the behavior that we really want? So this kind of strategic thinking is often lacking. And there is another dichotomy, I guess, within Croatia that I can recognize, and I hope that Maria, she's a sociologist, so she will correct me if I'm wrong and if I'm overgeneralizing. But what I perceive is a certain lack of trust from the policymakers, and this is where I think primarily the Ministry of Science, towards the academia and academics. And this kind of, but also this is present in the general public. This kind of attitude that there is corruption involved and that all academics are corrupted if they are not controlled very strongly. so that we need to somehow assess them on a very objective merit. But on the other hand, we also have from the same top level, we have this kind of efforts of weakening those bodies that were designed to care of integrity and ethics in science. So they have lost a lot of on different levels. So on the level of university, on the national level, those who needed to take care of ethics and integrity have a very weak position. And if we look at COARA, and what's the first sentence in COARA is actually, and I will quote because I think it's important, that before everything else is changed, you have to comply with ethics and integrity rules and practices and ensure that ethics and integrity are the highest priority, never compromised by any counter incentives. And that is something that's very important. So before we try to change anything, we need to take care that's in line with integrity and ethics. And we don't have a strong political or I don't know, formal procedures that will actually take care of that in Croatia, unfortunately. So if I have to conclude and go back to humanities, I think that all involved are aware that the current system and the current formula, and you can see the O, this is something that Emmanuel mentioned in the morning. So it's OPSEC, so the volume. We calculate how many characters someone wrote, and it's not this, we don't count the same. For instance, if you write a page in linguistics, it doesn't count the same as a page in comparative literature. So, and then we look at the place of publication, and then the final is excellence or something like that, I think. So it's a mix of anything, but we don't have an idea on how to change this and where should we head instead of using this formula. And that's a problem. And yes, I took too much time.
Thank you. Again, I wrote so many questions. Hopefully we will start to discuss it, but firstly, let me introduce Maria. Maria Brajdic-Bukovic is Senior Research Associate and Head of the Center for Studies in Science, Work and Sustainability at the Institute for Social Research in Zagreb. She's a sociologist of knowledge, science and technology, and a social research methodologist interested in methodological innovations and improvements of social research tools and approaches. Her main fields of research are disciplinary and organizational cultures in science, academic career trajectories, and the role of science and technology in current and future societies. Maria, you can use slides if you prefer, and I would like to open the floor for you for your remarks, introductory remarks. I'll put a mic for you.
Okay, so I'll take a mic in my hands. Okay. So good afternoon. I'm so sorry I got late. I got lost in Zadar. I'm from Zagreb. I went from Zagreb this morning. So Emmanuel introduced me. I'm sociologist of science. Today I'm going to present you a little bit bigger picture because I'm sociologist of science and I'm interested always in professional identities of scientists. So I will put this research assessment thing within the bigger picture of professional identity of scientists in order to show you how this affects our careers as a whole. I have this Croatian Science Foundation logo because we just started our project. We are in the first year of the project that is called Social Responsibility and Professional Ethics of Croatian Scientists. We are conducting our research on all disciplines in Croatia. So we've done 2 surveys already, and I'm going to present you just a little bit of of our results that I think are really important in this context. So let me briefly say that science is actually a vocation, and it started as a vocation that is oriented toward outwards and inwards, in a meaning of that it is a public service, and also that it is actually in its core driven by a love for knowledge. So when we impoverish this vocation, either of this outside or internal actually orientation, we are getting either technical, professional, job-oriented, actually academic role, or we get scientists that is disconnected from the social world and is not actually interested in anything that happens in society. So combination of both would be preferable. Today, in our context, we have managerial demands and performance demands that we talked about here, and colleagues talked about here before, that are actually making this academic vocation much more complex and identity much more complex, because we have different roles as academics. We are also head of departments, we are mentoring students, we are teaching, we are researchers, we are at the same time policy advisors. So there are many roles and there are many identities that we are actually acquiring throughout our professional academic life. So to say it briefly, in our research, in our project, we are trying to, we focus on social responsibility as ideally being one of the components of the professional identity of scientists. So we are trying to discern in this research, in first year, if there is actually this important role that is being acquired by our scientists in all our disciplines. So we've actually, this is our concept that is quite big and huge, but I wanted to show you briefly that we think that science responsibility for each of scientists consists of the responsibility for research and academia, and there are a lot of things there, and then community and public and society and environment, just to show you how complex and not pure this identity really is. So what we've done is 2 online surveys. I will show you just one model because I think it's really important from our social responsibility survey. And we had scientists from Zagreb, Split, and Rijeka, and we had really good response rate. So we've hypothesized that these managerial changes and pressures are expected to be reflected in scientists' attitudes toward their public role and social responsibility in resisting it, and that younger scientists will not be affected as much by it because they have not actually developed their professional identity as much. So what happens? We have this variable that is actually additive scale. If there are social scientists here, they will more understand why I present this. We have 3 variables that are added in additive scale. First is, besides my research and administrative work, I don't have time to engage with issues of current social importance. Second is, only those who do not spend all their time on research published in quality international journals can conduct socially engaged research. And third is, in my field, it is difficult to find social contributions. Those 3 together make one scale that is our main actually criteria variable that are we using in our models. So we have divided our respondents in 2 groups. One is early career researchers, that are those that have a PhD within the 8 years time span or have not PhD'd at all yet. And older scientists. Those are more mature and experienced scientists. What we've got here is really, really something that should be concern of all of us, is that those scientists who think that they don't have time to be socially engaged or are not interested in their social role, are at the same time not as much peer reviewing other people's work, are actually not engaging in any policy advising committees. At the same time, they are from all disciplines, no matter which discipline, and neither discipline is more here pronounced in this attitude. Also, they are less motivated by societal contributions and only by scientific contributions. And also, they don't perceive social responsibility of researcher as important. They perceive that public is not enough, the public doesn't understand enough science and technology, that scientists are not experienced enough to be engaging in political and social issues. And they are also just, let me see, they are also not engaged in popularizing science as much. So we have people who are also really not satisfied with their workload and burden within their work. They are not satisfied with their work as much. So we have this type of thinking within academia that is, this is really not small number of people. So you know, there are those type of, there is that type of thinking and academic identity that these performance and managerial pressures are actually developing within academia. And when we look at the younger scientists, we really are, we can confirm our hypothesis. It is not as much as pronounced and within experienced scientists, but what we see here that in natural scientists, it is starting to develop, and within those who are actually more productive, those who have to produce much more. It is because in Croatia, some disciplines are much more internationalized than the others, and natural sciences are definitely within those sciences. So their institutions are also much more under performance and competitive pressure than other institutions in other disciplines. So to conclude my insights, so we see troubling trend of the impoverishment of the scientific profession as a vocation in terms of undermining scientific responsibility, not only in social domain, but we have also seen that this is reflected in the once unquestionable collegiality in the sense of willingness to review and to evaluate the work of others. And also when we think about research assessment and evaluation and metrics of it, it is of key importance to take into account much broader picture of academic identity, where this happens, this assessment, within which different forces and milieu in which it is being pressured onto the different forms of resistance. Therefore, it is not just metrics, it is metrics in the context of science being a vocation with different roles that should flourish and not being suppressed. I hope you understood what I wanted to say. It was quick. I hope I didn't take too much time. So thank you very much for your attention.
Take the mic also for us. And we can start the discussion. Please remember that if you have any urgent question, comments, or remarks, just raise your hand and we will start also discussing with you, because it should not be only a discussion between 6 persons here. But I see, and you also can ask the cross questions, but I want to just start and using my position to ask a question to Diana. in the day when OpenAI just published a new model for ChatGPT o1, which models probably will have for the very first time a very nice power for, let's say, reasoning, in the sense that they can solve and improve very sophisticated issues. And I wanted to ask you whether you have been preparing yourself for AI in research evaluation, how researchers will evaluate proposals using ChatGPT or other tools. Do you see it as a huge problem, and how you see the potential solutions for it?
Well, in Heirzeze, it's much easier to say in that way. We were thinking to use AI for the eligibility check. That's the point where we are starting thinking about that, because it's much easier if it's done that way because of the resources and everything. But in other contexts, we still are not talking about that. We are just thinking, we are listening, we are going to all seminars, and I don't know, we are part of the Science Europe, and in the EU Science Europe, we are talking a lot about that problem. But actually, in foundation, we are still we don't have any position and on that matter. Sorry.
I think it's very important for many institutions. We have a question from the audience, and I will pass the mic.
Well, sorry, as you mentioned, machine intelligence, and I don't like to call it artificial, because if it's intelligent, it's intelligent. It's then not artificial, so it's machine intelligence. That is something I have quite a lot of experience, but that's another story. Anyway, for example, when the ChatGPT actually has shown that huge amount of potential, the first version, the GPT-3, at the Center for Computing and Information and Computing on our institute, Roger Bošković Institute, we just concluded that finally we have a good intellectual amplifier. And we use it regularly for whatever we need, as an idea source, sometimes as a consultant, as somebody who just looks at your texts. For example, for the last MIPRO conference in Opatija, we used artificial intelligence, well, machine intelligence, to do online translations of the conference. What that intelligence is something which William Ross Ashby, somewhere in the 60s, called intelligence amplifier. And if we use this kind of tool, or this kind of person, let's say, because if we realistically look at what it is, it's actually our civilization knowledge at our fingertips, because it's trained on all the data, well, not sorry, on all the information from our civilization, whatever it is the most important on the internet. And that's all from Gilgamesh up to different other things. I'm very surprised how well he translates. So we have to prepare ourselves for a cooperation. I sometimes see that there is a kind of push that something was helped by the so-called AI or the machine intelligence, but we will not be able to go on if we don't embrace that as a part of, you can then, of course, also think how good or how qualitative certain productions of the machine intelligence with cooperation with people. So we have to establish a cooperation actually between people, machines, and the nature. That is what I just wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it's quite a challenge, but you used the important term for me, cooperation. And I would like to ask Elżbieta about collaboration between or across Quora and big publishers and organizations which provide citation indexes. Do you perceive your role as a facilitator of a dialogue, or you just don't want to engage in any discussion at the scientific community about the role of the oligopoly of the publishers and the databases, which, from my perspective, very often destroy the academic community and scholarly communication.
Thanks a lot for this question, Emmanuel. I was secretly hoping that you are going to ask this question from me, because especially in the context of a PubMed conference, and referring to the P in the PubMed, I found it like important. I find this important to clarify the relationship between Quora and the publishers. So let's talk about this a little bit. First of all, I need to challenge the first part of the question a little bit, just add the pinch of cautiousness to that. What Quora thinks about X, Y, Z, let's keep the plurality in mind. So like the basis of the coalition is to have a shared agreement on certain cornerstones of the reform and direction and the like. But Quora is a very, very polyphonic and, I dare to hope, loud but indeed polyphonic consortium in itself. So there is a certain degree of divergence in the opinions. However, there are cornerstone aspects, and the role of publishers is probably one of those where we reach certain consensus, at least on the level of membership. So I think it dates back to the preparational phase of Quora, so like early 2021, 2022, as part of the big consultation procedure with the first 300 organizations forming Quora, there was a question, what to do with publishers, how to liaise with publishers. Should publishers be eligible to be coalition members because they certainly related to the reform? If we say we aim to engage all involved stakeholders, publishers are very much involved stakeholders in research assessment, if you ask me, increasingly so. So what to do with them? And the consensus, which indeed was a consensus back then, not a consensus of the steering board, not a consensus of the working groups or national chapters, because they didn't exist at the time, but a consensus among the first 300 not to include publishers in the coalition, because on the level of research policy making and like evolving research agendas to certain direction or the other, I think the first 250, 300 organizations, mainly research performing organizations, learned a lesson from how open access turned out to be implemented in Europe, and I'm looking at especially in Eastern Europe. What are the problems? What is the problematic role of publishers? How they are evolving from publishing, big publishers I'm talking about. Of course, publishers internally very heterogeneous sector itself or actor groups themselves. But so there was such a serious warning sign, and for some, I dare to say, traumatic experience of what happened with open access agendas in collaboration to big publishers, that there was a strong agreement that that level of gatekeeping is necessary. So up until today, publishers are not eligible to be coalition members because we don't want to give space for the amount of power imbalance, abuse, and the like that we've seen with the implementation of open access in Eastern Europe and Europe in general. We, of course, see the collateral damage of that decision. There are publishers who are not-for-profit publishers. For instance, it's a recurrent question how to liaise with, for instance, not-for-profit publishers. It's a broad recognition that their contribution is important. I'm talking, for instance, about publishers who open up their reviewer database to analyze peer review data, for instance. We're talking about PLOS ONE, for instance. So the collateral damage is that with this decision, it indeed keeps not-for-profit publishers, small publishers, institutional publishers, also out of the coalition. This, at a certain point, might be reevaluated. But the absolute priority while setting up Quora was to try to avoid giving rise to the enormous power imbalance that could instantly take place once the big 5 publishers are on board. We know that they're already selling Quora compliant services, some of them. We know that they keep a close eye on the development of the reform, not just Quora, but in general. We know that they are developing services to offer universities to take care of administration and information management systems relevant to research assessment. So there are new frontiers for them. They see serious opportunity on the dataification front. I'm going to probably talk about this a little bit more later. But so having these risks in mind, the current decision is some sort of gatekeeping on the level of the membership. However, we trust the coalition members, we trust the working group chairs and the like, that if there is a collaboration opportunity where publisher actors can contribute in a meaningful way, in a way that is 100% compliant with the basic, not only the Quora commitments, but the basic principles of the coalition, we trust them that they will be able to find good ways of collaboration. So in short, publishers are not members of Quora for a very good, I guess, very good reason. But we are, on the other hand, we are not completely turn our back to the sector because that would be a pretentious thing to do. But we also trust our community members that they will able to follow the principles and follow the commitments and make the informed choices when it comes to collaboration.
Thank you. Sounds very reasonable. Milica, I have a question regarding this research excellent bonuses. I wanted to ask about it because it's a classic competition in economics of scarcity with no resources. We have no resources to give you a proper salary, so fight for it, divide and rule from the government perspective. And my question is, what is the official reason for the implementation of this, then boosting productivity, boosting the number of publications? Is there any official discussion why we need this kind of initiatives when we know from a lot of studies in countries that it cannot go well? At the end, there will be only gaming. We have experience starting from India, South Africa, Poland, Ukraine, and a lot of countries that at the end, everybody will lost.
Well, I'll give a simple answer that is an honest answer and correct. This is because researchers decide. We have people from STEM at the decision-making positions, and it's been so for the past 20 years or even more. And they don't realize that this is not okay. So they often cite those examples where competition is high as good examples, and it's quite impossible to persuade them. So that's a simple answer. There is a kind of a history behind it, why they got such a good position to make such decisions is, and it is in a dialogue with what you were talking this morning. Well, the situation in Serbia and probably in Croatia was a bit different, not quite the same as in Poland, because our connections with the Soviet Union were quite different since 1948. So for us, the West was a kind of a reference point, but it was only about the 1990s, 1970s, people started talking about citation indices, etc., especially those who went abroad. And in the 1990s in Serbia, there was a kind of a group of researchers, enthusiasts, etc., who started developing this idea of bibliometrics, of local. We also had, like in Croatia, we had this idea of national citation index complementing the international, like Latin America, the international citation index. It was really complex. So they started the discussion about this, then people started adopting it, people from STEM. And after 2000, it became a kind of a mainstream to base research assessment on these criteria. And it became a sort of a culture. And it's very, very complex. You know, the discussions get very heated when it comes to this. People from the humanities are opposing this. They don't have a proper solution. And the public discussions, we have quite many about research assessment, usually verge on physical fighting. So it's a really difficult topic, but my perception is that people at the decision-making points don't really understand that they are doing a bad favor. Some of them are, well, they have a sort of a conflict of interest because one of the assistant ministers qualified for this salary increase. So it's, you know, oh, and the director, the ex-director of the Science Fund also qualified for this. For me, it's a conflict of interest, but they don't perceive it like this. And we had a discussion at the ministry at the meeting of our National Open Science team. We are now working on the policy update. And there was a suggestion from the community to sign the COARA and to commit to COARA principles. And we got a very open answer from the minister and from the then director of the fund. Now it's a different person, but I don't expect few changes, that COARA is not acceptable because we can't move away from impact factors. They're important for us. The university rankings are important to us. I don't know why, because we don't really have international students. They're not making profit from this or that rank. It's just all the same, whatever the rank is. But there is this competitive mindset, and they believe that we are getting closer to the developed countries, to the West, if we think like this. It's, like, the branded clothes, etc. So it fits very well in this culture of poverty and competition. Also, people are competing from projects because they have fixed salaries, then they can get this increase if they're excellent, but they also can get some sort of an increase if they get projects from the National Fund. So yeah, there is this culture of competition, and it's omnipresent in every discussion. So yeah, I see the problem is in the research community.
Thank you. Eva, I would like to ask you for some tips and tricks for those little successes you mentioned with cooperation with science policy. Because you mentioned that sometimes you are able to deliver some messages which are heard, at least. And we live in the countries in which top-down science policy is extremely important. And in reforming research assessment, it has to be taken into account because the governance of the evaluation is very often from top to down. And what is your experience with changing something? Not necessarily in research evaluation, but how you perceive the possibility to reform some kinds of our academic environments. Do you have any experience, and also failures? What doesn't work and what can work?
Oh, I'm not sure how to. Well, there are many failures. I think that my experience is there are many frustrations. So many days of frustrations, and then occasionally something good happens. And sometimes it's accidental. For instance, we will probably have a university open science policy in a few days. And the way that some of us got to influence it is that we accidentally sat at the right table for lunch with the so it sometimes happens accidentally. Sometimes it's not so accidental. For instance, there are some institutions in Croatia who are dealing top down. For instance, our agency for reaccreditation, or even the foundation who is granting project funds, they do accept certain suggestions during their, what is it called, public discussions on certain policies. So we do have these open windows when we can, if we take time and effort and write comments and try to suggest, and it sometimes can be successful if you try to be constructive, suggest small steps, and they can be taken into account. With ministry, it's never successful, unfortunately. So this kind of level, it's impenetrable until now. That's my experience. But also something that's, and something that it's a rewarding feeling is when you are in a position of being a librarian, you are also a facilitator of certain discussions or an educator. So a few months ago, we had a similar panel on research assessment, and Maria was also there and some other scientists. And it was a very nice event and very well, many people came, many people listened, because this is a hot topic for scientists. They want to know about it, they want to discuss it. And hearing people and using, inviting people who know something, who think about that, exchanging that, so organizing such kind of events and trying to facilitate this, that helps. It will not reach, I don't know, probably no major change will happen, but step by step, it can get us to maybe a better place, I hope.
Step by step, consistency is crucial. It's great to hear that it is possible, because sometimes we think that everything is set above our heads and we can do nothing. Actually, we can do something, and we can start this reform of science and academia. Maria, I wanted to ask you about those social role and the public role of researchers, because you presented so many activities that researchers are expected to do. And actually, I think that one of the role of reforming should be reducing activities we actually count. So this quantification should be reduced at all. So I will refer, because you are a sociologist of knowledge, I will refer to one of the most known Polish sociologists of science, Florian Znaniecki, who wrote a book about social role of scholars. And actually, those roles presented as the crucial ones are almost impossible to quantify. So my question is, how we can reduce number of things we count and do in academia? Because yesterday and today, I only hear about what we have to do more editing, more data, more curation of data, more and more. Why? And how to destroy this push for doing more? In the context of social role.
And that is the crucial question. Actually, academia is starting to look like just this job of professionally doing, I don't know, a lot of different tasks that are mostly administrative. In Croatia, our evaluation system, and now maybe we won't agree, but it's not as competitive as Western ones are. Actually, in our research, our researchers from different disciplines are quite, actually, I would say they don't think that it's too harsh for them to achieve this good evaluation in Croatia. But on the other hand, from our research, what we see is that they're really dissatisfied with their burdens, different administrative burdens, different teaching workloads, that they're dissatisfied with this, that this is not evaluating in terms of quality, but in terms of quantity, how many things you've done. And they don't have they don't think that they have support in terms of, I don't know, how to teach better or how to do administrative tasks with help of others. So they're quite unsatisfied with the type of work they are dealing with on everyday basis. So there are different types of dissatisfaction that are not always related to performance metrics, but to other things that are happening. And within that, we are suffocated because we cannot perform in our best roles as academics or teachers or mentors because we are suffocated by different types of workloads that are mostly managerial type of workloads. So I think that metrics in itself is problematic in terms of being end in itself. So if you put any kind of metrics like these social impact metrics or social role metrics, it will become this, you said gaming, but it will become, it will be a part of gaming, like there is gaming in any other metrics. So I don't think that is the way, but the way is when we are doing this evaluation system on national level that we have in Croatia, to think about where we are now at the good point where we can think about how to make things more qualitatively better and less metrics oriented. And in terms of how we can give people a chance to think about not just matters of fact, we would say in sociology of knowledge, but in matters of concern. What is that we should be as scientists concerned about today in this warming world? What is that we should be concerned about when we think about the students who are living in climate change extremities? What is that we should be thinking about when we think that we are living in societies that are becoming xenophobic, that are full of hate? This is our role primarily, to bring science back to its social role, to bring science back to society and not to professionalization and to technical achievement being an end in itself. So I would say that less of metrics is better for science, and thinking about how to bring the other dimensions that are important for the identity and lives and everyday work of scientists. I'm sorry, this was very idealistic, but I really think about science like that. So, okay.
Thank you. We have to be very idealistic because we cannot change the world without thinking that we actually can start a revolution. Because from my perspective, evolution is not enough. If we think that we make evolution of research assessment, please let's stop. The same was with open access. At the end, who won? Biggest publishers. And we as academic community, we lost this war. It was a war on the market. And I think that the only revolution in research assessment is possible. And if there is a question at the audience, please raise the hand. Eva?
But if someone from the audience has,
Yeah,
they have.
yeah, I just want to ask something. It was quite some time for me. No, sorry for that. No, I was wondering because you're talking a lot about convincing people who are far more advanced in their career to adjust their thinking. But perhaps we should be pointing towards early career researchers and even more to the students. What about education? Nobody was telling anything in these 2 days about how are we approaching our educational system at the university level. Are we reaching to the university and asking them to include this in their policies and decision-making processes and in their teaching subjects? As I know from our faculty, when we are talking about open science, they are like, okay, that's a nice idea, but we don't know anything about it. So we need to educate them more. What about this role? Because you each have an input into this. You can make an impact to the younger generations who are yet to come. And I think this is the key of change, not to change dinosaurs. We are like, you know, one foot into the grave, but to reach the younger generation. And that's, I think, it's most important task, because if the community will
seek for the change as we had our revolutions before in the past. In that way, we can force then the government and all the institutional national levels to adapt to the need for change. So what about that? Just answer, because I was thinking a lot about it. You know, I was actually, I PhD'd on young scientists and everything, but you know, young scientists are being actually socialized within the communities that already exist. So it's quite important what kind of are those communities. So I don't think that we are unable to change. I think academic identity is fluid one. You know, you change for time. Sometimes teaching is more important. Sometimes research is more important. So we do change. If we reflect on what is happening, because there is a lot of talk within the hallways, how we are unhappy with this or that. So we all have this feeling what is wrong with academia, but nothing is really happening. But we are, if we reflect and we try to change our institution within it, I think that is where the change starts. And then young ones who are getting socialized within the community will start being different than ourselves, because we are producing all the time behavior that we are, our patterns of behavior, our thinking. You see, in natural sciences, where there is a harsh competition already when you are a young scientist, they're already starting to have this vision of scientists being the one who is researching and publishing all the time and doing just that. And that is important.
Yeah, I object to that because I'm coming from the field of biotechnical field. And for example,
biotechnical sciences are different.
Yeah,
They are
okay,
very,
yeah.
they are very
Technical
much
science is quite different.
They are
Yeah,
different.
we are doing a lot of activities regarding education and citizen science, etc. So we have a lot of projects, and our teachers and researchers are involved with that. Not sure how in other disciplines. Do we have?
I have an answer also, a comment. So I agree with Maria fully, because when I do a lot of informal training and I have access to young career researchers and very nice conversations with them. For example, the adoption of some services, the adoption of preprints. Many young researchers, they just love preprints. They see this as a chance to, you know, to put a sign that they were the authors of something, but they're not preprinting their works because their bosses don't really allow this, they disagree. Also, when it comes to adoption of open science practices or even some tools, they are not doing this because they're working very often in teams. So what I see as a potential solution is, so we have all realized that the foundation of the current research assessment system is not rational. It's not based on rational principles. These are irrational principles. If they're wasting money, there is competition that doesn't lead anywhere. This is not rational. So it must be psychological. If it's psychological, then we could probably apply some sort of marketing. So we could, for example, start, and I was thinking about this because I have problems with IT people not wanting to do open source software, etc. And I was thinking about creating role models. So you pick up a researcher, a young researcher, and work to create a role model and advertise it. So you have a profile and try to persuade people to identify, because the value systems are, as far as I can see, built on irrational things, not on rational ones. So I see this like gaming the system. In gaming against the system, I see this as a solution. I don't have any other thoughts about it that could be really helpful.
Eva, you had a question.
Okay. I have a question maybe for Erzsébet or Maria about a very beautiful idea from Coara and from these future perspectives, where societal impact or social role of scientists should be something that's very important and valued. And ideally, this should be a practice of scientists sharing their knowledge on behalf of the benefit of the society. So, but in practice, what we often see in the public activities of scientists, that they can be either well, not beneficial to their science, or detrimental to the what's is sorry, perspective of their institution or their discipline, or so not really benefiting society. Or on the other hand, they can be threatened by the society, especially if they work in societies that are not very open and democratic. So how will we deal with that? How we protect the brave ones? How will we maybe not value those who are not very ethical? What is the role of institutions in assessing those? So when the scientist goes outside of the boundary of his institution, he is actually free, he or she. How will institutions and evaluators deal with these kind of behaviors and reactions from the society?
Just to give you a bit of a spoiler, I will have some reflections on this very important question that is more important than ever. Like, the mission of universities is becoming more and more challenged by certain political movements, not only in the US, but also increasingly in Europe, also in Western Europe, Eastern Europe as well. So that's a very important question. And I will have a broader reflection on that, a couple of minutes. But let me also address a subfacet of this that will take us back very briefly to Emmanuel's point on quantification, the culture of doing more and more. So while it's indeed on the agenda of Cora to do justice to research that reaches beyond the walls of a university and is working on this trust relationship between society and universities' missions, what is very important to highlight is that we are not expecting academic unicorns to breed. So it's not the case that expectation is not that each and every scientist has to do basic research, applied research, industry collaboration, citizen science, science communication, the full range. And this is not even true on the level of institutions and missions of institutions. In Cora, it's very good to see that in addition to the, what people would call Ivy League institutions and research-intensive institutions, we also have institutions of applied sciences. They have a working group and they discuss a lot on how to reward societal impact and the like, because this is something that is core to the university's mission. It's not the core of a research-intensive university's mission, but what is really important to have this trust in the system also on the macro level, to trust that there is complementarity within academia, and there are certain universities who deliver the breakthroughs, and there are certain universities who are translating it. This kind of trust will pave the way to the broader societal trust, to higher education or research as a sector, I would say.
If I have brief time, I'll just say that I would be hoping that this dimension of societal, I would say now impact, although impact is a difficult word, but I would hope that it is aspiring to actually develop this social responsibility culture, not just in terms of metrics, but in terms of thinking. Because when I was writing my project that I now have, that is financed by Croatian Science Foundation, I was working on another project that was dealing with scientists during COVID pandemic. It was biomedical scientists mostly, and public health scientists. And what I've observed there is that those scientists
who are actually having this social responsibility feeling and intuition much more felt during COVID times, were actually those that were in favor of much quicker measures and doing things that are not as much actually proved by science yet. But we know they are not harmful. But those who did not have this social responsibility as much expressed were those who thought that we should wait until science sees what we can do about things. So what I was thinking about was, what kind of science do we need in present times that are really not, I'm not optimistic about what is happening around the world and about climate change. What do we need of science? We need both, of course. We need slow science and fast science. But what do we need of science? We need scientists who are actually having this strong social intuition for what is happening in the world, and that can help. And this, I would hope that this kind of initiatives would aspire to bring the society back into the science, and not just scientists into society. So if you know what I mean, I think that scientists need society within themselves more.
Thank you. I would like to conclude with some constructive plan, I would say. So when I tried to combine our discussion, I wrote down 3 steps. So first, we still have to discuss and understand what we as academic community want to have in the evaluation, because most often we hear what the ministries want to have, but what we want to have, it's very often invisible in our discussions. The second thing, we should all fight for reducing what we can't. We don't care at this point whether it will be used peer review or the numbers, because if there's still be a list of things to do every day, we will not have time for do actual science for the society. And the third positive step is change can be done step by step, very slowly, but if we are consistent and we understand what we want to achieve, finally, eventually this revolution can get some hope and the results. I would like to thank all the panelists, the audience, and the organizers for organizing this panel. And please join me in thanking our panelists for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists and to our moderator, Emmanuel. And now we will have a final lecture from Elizabeth before conclusion of this conference. Yes, we will wait for her to refresh. And in the meantime, our IT guy, Carlo, will set up the stage and the presentation. You don't have it. Yeah, we can make some moves at the stage.
Oh, I sent it to, oops. Do we maybe know where are my slides? Because I sent them per email, I think. It should be, no, it starts with EPC. Yeah, Yeah, I sent you. Oh, no, I sent you. Yeah, exactly. Yes. That's here. Sorry for that. Sorry.
Check it.
If it's easier, I can bring my laptop and present from there. No, not easier?
Imam. Lovrka, daj stick.
Yeah, that's it.
Can just share the screen for the online stream.
Ah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you all for the patience. Elspeth, please.
Hello, everybody. Thanks a lot for your patience. This happens to those who leave sending their slides really last minute. So that's my well-deserved punishment, so to say. But thanks a lot for having me today here nonetheless. I hope you're not too tired at the end of the conference, especially those who are staying for the summer, who have been staying for the summer school. It's always a pleasure to be here, to be honest. It's something coming to Zadar and discuss on these issues with you is always something truly precious. And so in this closing keynote, I was trying to collect a bit of reflections that I have in mind after a year of doing Quora and after a year of not doing my own research any longer. But before moving into the technicalities, let me invite you to have a look at this picture. It's a mural. It's in my home city, Budapest. And I don't know whether you recognize the scientist on the picture. She's called Katalin Karikó, and she's a molecular biologist. And I chose to pick her as the opener of my talk because I do believe that her story yields very, very, very interesting insights and strong signals about priorities in research assessment, but also in general about possible futures of research as a sector. So let's dive into it. What these numbers are telling us is a multiple decades of extremely troubled history in the relationship between her and the university. So as you can see, it started as early as 1980. Oops, what am I doing? we had a hard-earned slide once more. I shouldn't ruin this again. So the story starts as early as 1985, where her research at her alma mater, which is, by the way, also my alma mater, the University of Szeged, stopped funding her research. So as a result, she went all her way to, she changed continents. She went all her way to the University of Pennsylvania, where she was exposed to, as you can see from the numbers, more than 3 decades of short-term contracts, of dollar per square meter ratio for her lab, on publisher to publisher prestige, and many other nightmares that seriously threatened the ground circumstances of her work environment, contrary to her very, very hard working nature and her extreme groundbreaking potential. So the story turned somewhere around 2013 when, instead of receiving a long-awaited tenure from UPenn, she received a termination of her contract. So she decided to leave academia and keep very symbolic relationship to the university only, leave her patent rights here. It was obviously not her decision, and move to industry. So now you may wonder, okay, what happened that just 7-8 years later, both University of Pennsylvania and the University of Szeged gave honorary doctoral title and professorship to her? Some of you might guess the answer. The answer is, against all these odds, in August 2021, her breakthrough finally manifested itself, the result of her hard work. And so in August 2021, the mRNA-based COVID vaccine had been approved by the authorities. So that's a story. One question of the many questions about this career path is, what does it mean? What does this mean for the institutions who refuse to give tenure to her? So I don't know about UPenn, I didn't follow that track, but what I know is that for my alma mater, the University of Szeged, suddenly from one year to another jumped hundreds of places in university ranking. Of course, this takes us the question of what this huge landslide jump in terms of positions really means, in terms of improvement possibly happen at a research institution from one year to another. How does it really translate into environment in research culture and research environments? But these I'm leaving to you. I wanted to go back to Professor Carico because I do think that if you are thinking about the mission of universities, as we started thinking during the panel, and the competitiveness of academic careers in general, she deserves to be heard. So I selected a short passage from her book. It's not a scientific book for once, it's an autobiographical book, but I recommend it's a very interesting read. And the part I selected starts with collaboration, which is also symbolic. So let's see what she has to say for us about academia and research assessment. My first message is this: we can do better. I believe that we can improve how science is done at academic research institutions. For one thing, we might create a clearer distinction between makers of prestige, in italics, titles, publication records, number of citations, grant funding, committee appointments, etiquettes, dollar per net square footage, and those of quality science. Too often, we conflate the two, as if they are one and the same. But a person isn't a better scientist because she publishes more or first. Perhaps she's holding back from publication because she wants to be absolutely certain of her data. Similarly, the number of citations might have little to do with the value of the paper and more to do with external events. When Drew Weisfeld, with whom she received the Nobel Prize together, Drew Weissman, sorry. When Drew and I published our landmark immunity paper, it barely got any notice. It took a pandemic for the world to understand what we had done and why it mattered. Speaking of the troubled relationship between university and the public, and let's add rankings to this picture. So to understand why it is very, very complex to implement all the suggestions, all the remarks Professor Carico has in the system at large, there are many angles to observe research assessment. I think in the past days, you surely discussed the diversity of disciplines and disciplinary angles and the importance of discipline level alignment. I'm sure in this morning with Emmanuel's talk, you had reflections on geographical diversity and the importance of respecting local, regional contexts when it comes to thinking around research assessment. But for now, I wanted to bring in yet another angle and just to highlight that one source of complexity is that research assessment essentially manifests itself on multiple levels that you can see here. So on the one hand, like proceeding from outside to inside, we have the highest global international level rankings where universities are competing each other in university rankings. We know its problematic nature in terms of heavy reliance on proprietary databases. We just briefly reflected with the example of Professor Carico what university rankings really mean in terms of actual value proposition. And anyway, so we have the global level, like the macro level, I would say. Also where different different countries' scientific productions are measured against each other. Then we have this kind of meso level, the national level, where there are like the ministries level, I dare to say, where a country level scientific work is being assessed, both on the level of institutions and on the level of units and teams and individuals potentially. Then you have which probably we focus the most, the institutional level research assessment. We know that when it comes to institutional level policies, it depends on country by country to what extent it's centralized, what's the exact relationship with the national level proxies, what's the autonomies of different departments and faculties and the like. And at the end, after units and teams, which is a challenge in itself, we finally arrive to the work and research of the individual. So my proposition, and I'm clearly not alone with this one, is that a dominant portion of anomalies in research assessment happen if we don't start out from what we value in the context of the unit of assessment in question, be it an individual, be it a research institution, be it a national, be it a nation, and so on. So when we are not starting out from the very question of what do we value about this researcher, what do we value about this research, what do we value about the work of this department, of this university, of this national level proxy, but we proceed instead from the outside to the inside and let the system systematically be pressurized by external proxies, external databases, external ideas. We see all the more often, and the opening example is probably a good example for that, that the most global university rankings and their entailments, more often than not, directly, without any translation, with any fine-tuning, trickle down and define assessment of the individual researcher. That's a major risk. Another risk, of course, is that we see conflicts in many cases between the different levels of assessment. We see conflicts on when institutional level and national level proxies are in conflicting. That's also bad, but this trickling down effect is probably just as detrimental on research cultures. To give you an example, setting a KPI for a department to increase its external grant income is probably a legitimate target for an institution or for a unit of institution. Its direct translation to dollar per square meter of somebody's lab or external grant money per individual is much less easy to legitimize if we think about it. So you may ask, okay, I've been thinking about a while now, where is Quora, right? The good thing is that if you follow the panel, then I don't need to introduce Quora to you, but let me just highlight probably two aspects of Quora that I find especially relevant for the discussion to come. The first one, as I mentioned already, one beauty of Quora is its action-oriented nature. So those institutions, because as I said, Quora had been optimized for the level of institutions, those institutions who sign up for the constitution of Quora, that is the agreement of the Reform of Research Assessment document, they agree to put actual commitments in place to bring those commitments home to their institutions and implement them. So they also, like, beyond the endorsement, they also commit to actively drive the research. The other one I wanted to highlight is this infamous graphics that we always present when it comes to Quora. Beyond the size of the coalition, which is probably not the most relevant information for us now, what I want you to see here is two things. The first is that the reform pushed forward by Cora is in good hands in the sense that the majority of all coalition members are nonprofit actors, and the vast majority of the Cora members are coming from universities and academies, so research institutions. But another thing I want you to see is that it's not only, the other beauty of Cora is that it's not only research institutions, but there are also funders, there are also national agencies, there are also infrastructure providers. So the idea is to bring together these very different, very diverse, very divergent efforts, harmonize them under the umbrella of shared principles, shared commitments, and try to at least mitigate the possible conflicts in the course of implementation of the reform. Let's a little bit zoom into what does it really mean on the level of principles. So you can see what we call the core Cora commitments in short, coming from the agreement. So the first one has to do with recognizing diversity of contributions and careers in research. I think we discussed this during the panel. So indeed, and also, as Bianca said yesterday, so this has to do with the necessity broadening of what are subjects, what can be possibly subjects of evaluation, but not only broadening the possible scope and allowing different actors to select from a broader range, but also to focus on the how, to reward integrity, to reward good research practices, to reward all the necessary extra investment into high quality research activities that help us fight against COVID, fight against misinformation, and other important societal goals. The second commitment, you are going to zoom into that a little bit later, has to do with reviewing. So basically here the idea is that engagement with scientific production cannot be reduced to one single number. I'm not my H index. I'm not my, what was it, M index. I'm not these numbers. My research doesn't equal those numbers. The institution doesn't equal with the ranking in global university rankings and the like. And that reviewing or any kinds of critical engagement to scholarship should be just as important as production. Who are intellectuals? Who are the scholars? Those who are publishing, those who are reading, those who are doing both. So this is the gist behind commitment 2. Commitment 3, if you want my take on it, I can summarize it in fighting against prestige economy, publisher prestige economy, and again, fight against the simplistic use of bibliometrics. The fourth commitment, avoid the use of university rankings in the evaluation of individual researchers. So what I told you about the trickle-down effect, this is pretty much the effect again which commitment 4 had been formalized. So that was the broad consensus among the founding universities of Cora. And let's have a look at how they are doing in the actual implementation. I wanted to give you a little bit of a glimpse of that. So the idea is that Cora member organizations do take the Cora commitments home. They implement them within their organization. And I'm spoiling, and they not only implement those, but they also report the implementation and share progress through the instrument, what we call Cora action plans. Here I cherry-picked just 2. The top one is, I highly recommend all Croatian colleagues to have a look. It's one of my favorite action plan among the growing corpus of Cora action plans. It's from the University of Rijeka, very well thought out. And its main author, Professor Sasha Zelenik, a vice rector of University of Rijeka, was even kind enough to accept our invitation to a webinar where we supported Quora members in the exercise of creating their action plans. And he was kind enough to contribute to that and share very honest reflections on the exercise. The other one I wanted to show you is an action plan from a national funding agency. So those type of institutions who are in charge of assessing research institutions. So they are also, some of them are also member of Quora, and it's very important that from all level of hierarchy, we involve players and harmonize their actions. So this is the Spanish National Agency's action plan. And it's a bit ugly, sorry for that. It's a small linked open data graph that is now got a bit blacked out. I just wanted to give you a bit of a shout out that, of course, we are very curious to see how, Jadranka, I can send you the proper version of this slide and it will look better with the research graph, but also hold on because, so of course, we are very curious about how this implementation procedure is going on, how it's reflected in the growing corpus of Quora action plans. And thanks God, within the Horizon project Quora Boost, we have a bit of a resource to build a linked open data platform for the full text of this growing corpus of action plans. So soon we will be able to not only release the corpus as open research data, but also we can invite you to visit the analysis platform itself. It's being developed by CNRS and play around with the linked open data, add keywords and interact with the corpus and the ongoing analysis. Stay tuned for that. When it comes to other instances of value-driven thinking along how to reform research assessment, I just also wanted to show you an example from the funder side of things, because we also discussed this earlier in the panel. And this is something we are actually proud of because Quora is explicitly referred in the new European Research Council criteria for assessing project proposals. This is also one instance of how a funding agency reworks their criteria, focusing on the values they want to serve or the type of science they want to serve. So what happens here is that they rebalanced past the assessment weight or the weight of past achievements and the credentials of PIs and their bibliometric prestige and the like versus the future potential of the proposals. So they are moving away to inclusiveness in this respect. They are also diversifying the kind of past achievements that they are taking into consideration. So if a project is very digitally heavy, the PI doesn't necessarily need to have a Nature publication if they are good computer scientists, for instance. So that's another thing. And by doing so, they are supporting a greater diversity of career paths as well. So if you are looking forward to heads up on how the reform is happening with the funder side of things, we have a dedicated working group to research funders, but also we find the ERC also as an especially strong signal. And then another thing that I wanted to highlight today when we are discussing Quora is that something I personally am very glad to see and dare to be a little bit proud of is that beyond, the actual implementation, we also see that Quora is making an impact in the scientific discourse and more specifically in the discourse on research and scientometrics. And what we see, and I really try to keep a close eye on this, thanks God, evolving discussion, is the Quora commitment 2 is probably the most highly debated aspect of the Quora commitments. So once again, base research assessment primarily on qualitative evaluation, for which peer review is central, supported by responsible use of quantitative metrics. I just put a couple of tokens here. On the one hand, you can see voices who argue or challenge the supremacy of qualitative indicators over quantitative in terms of robustness, in terms of transparency, in terms of interoperability, and also in terms of production costs, right? So that's one position of the not always black and white polarized discourse. And there is the other position, the Quora position, who repeatedly emphasizes the damage that the simplistic use of metrics or fixation on quantification, excessive quantification does to research cultures. Without diving into this ongoing debate, I just recommend you to keep an eye on this. But as a bit of a context, I wanted to highlight two things, one generic and one region specific. The generic one is something that sometimes, you know, like when it comes to discussion and Quora commitments, maybe it doesn't always receive that much of an attention. So one of the key arguments behind the heavy reliance on qualitative metrics is that if we bring back evaluation to peer evaluation, this is a guarantee, or this can be a guarantee or a significant leap forward to bring back the evaluation to the hands of the researcher communities. So Emmanuel asked me earlier why publishers cannot be coalition members. This community control aspect is very much part of it. So we see a link between qualitative peer evaluation and control over evaluation. That's one aspect of it that I wanted to highlight. But we also, like, it's also clear in the commitment itself is that when we are talking about commitment 2, we always talk about the different combination of qualitative and quantitative measures in different proportions. Here is one angle to take it that resonates to my earlier slides, that is the selection of quantitative and qualitative evaluation indicators based on or according to the level of evaluation. That is, if the sample size is big, for instance, we are comparing number of publications on the level of universities, quantification is probably a more insightful proxy than doing the same exercise on the level of individuals where career tracks, research interest, different academic activities, and other personal career elements might have a serious impact and divergence on one another. But this is not really what I wanted to spend more time. And importantly, I forgot to add here, one of the conclusions of this evolving discourse, I think I dare to say in the name of the biggest, or the Quora community in the biggest sense, is that Quora needs scientometrics. And we really, really hope that scientometrics also need Quora. I'm going to come back to that later. But before doing so, let's discuss a little bit about the geographical angle of this peer review versus metrics debate. And here I brought you parts of like little tokens of a research that me and my colleague Maciej Marila and Marta Blaszczynska did within the, and Jodranka as well, within the framework of the Opera Speed project. So one element of the qualitative study that we did, we were trying to understand current peer review practices across Europe when it comes to social sciences and humanities. We put special focus on Eastern Europe because we knew that peer review is a relatively new practice in the region, and we wanted to learn a bit more about bottlenecks, how community feels about it, what are options for open peer review, innovations, and the like. I won't read out loud all the free excerpts that I cherry-picked for this slide, but I put the DOI down so you can get the monster-long publication. We're still yet to turn into a book. But let me just pick one. In my opinion, there is a very strong group of professors in Poland who act as reviewers and who have their well-established beliefs, which perhaps in some cases do not fit into changing science. So I think the sentiments that are put here could have been very easily summarized by what you said, Jadranka. In certain regions, in certain small countries, especially in Eastern Europe, reviewers are enemies, relatives, or what was the third one? Friends, of course. How could I forget that? So that is when we think about the combination of quantitative and qualitative proxies, this is to be taken into consideration. I think that's a very strong, and it's very important to build up the reform with these in mind, with these very important contextual considerations in mind. Nonetheless, I'm not suggesting that peer review has never been in Eastern Europe. Let's just tick this box, because of course, what we also found in this study as an interim conclusion is that capacity building comes with potentials, different cultural change, generational change comes with potentials. So here are a couple of tokens I wanted to give you. Like somebody mentioned training, peer review training, and capacity building in the sense that making peer review as part of researcher assessment on the institutional level, include reviewing as the official lists of scholarly activities and prioritize them. So this is something that we see in core action plans popping up relatively easy. That is sometimes very concrete ideas. Don't give PhD titles without an established review record or an established record of evaluation of any form. Train good evaluators and see what happens with the culture of peer review. So that's one thing. And in terms of generic core implementation, we have a working group on recognizing and rewarding peer review. They have a set of recommendations and practical examples under community review now. So if you are interested in that, it's on the Cora website and you can interact with that. What is really important, if there is such a highly debated topic as peer review that is regionally sensitive, I think one success criteria for Cora would be to have Eastern European voices on these documents, also among the authors, which we have, but also as part of the community engagement with those. But here again, it takes us back to the question of how to do justice to regional special flavors if peer review is not highly established academic practice in certain communities, in certain regions, certain countries. How about those regions who don't trust necessarily review and trust the objectivity of perceived objectivity of metrics instead, and as a result or as a cause have strong scientometric tradition, right? And what here again, like it's one cherry picking after the another. What you can see here is serious language bias by my side because I cannot read scientific literature fluently in any other Eastern European languages than Hungarian. But what you can see here is that indeed what this slide is trying to suggest is that where there is a strong tradition for metrics for one reason or the other, where there is a strong tradition for scientometrics for one reason or the other, it would not be a wise thing to completely cancel that and ignore this in our reform efforts. So especially because metrics are here to stay. Here is a bit of data for you, speaking about numbers. It's a GRASP OS study. GRASP OS had been mentioned in this conference, I think, several times as well. And it's a bit of a research done by my colleague, a Quora steering board member, Jan Eppelönnen, who surveyed universities and academies about their perspectives on the reform. And you can see that the combination of quantitative and qualitative proxies is still by far the most popular choice of the respondents. So you can dive deeper into the data set following the DOI. But so one possible line of thinking with all those regional specificities in mind is that when it comes to the combination of the qualitative and the quantitative, there might be regions, there might be implementation communities inside or outside of Quora both, where it's not going to be qualitative assessment supported by metrics, but the other way around, the innovation organically will and probably should grow out of scientometrics, and the responsible use of scientometrics will be supported by qualitative evaluations or editorship of different kinds. Here I just put a couple of tokens around innovation in the field. You can see there is a lots of discussion on the responsible use of metrics, reflections on where to use metrics, whether to use metrics at all in certain evaluation situations. If so, how, what are the biases, what are the limitations, what are the cases where metrics do not do justice. But there is another important and very interesting line of sub-paradigm within scientometrics, which is called narrative bibliometrics, which is absolute combination of the two approaches. So the important thing is, again, once we start out from the basic question of what we value about the unit of evaluation, compared to that, the proportion of qualitative and quantitative and primacy and the like will feel secondary. What to measure and when? So if we focus on this, instead of reaching out to the readily available databases, readily available solutions, this will bring us forward, either starting from the qualitative end or starting from the quantitative end. That's my take on it. And yes, we also briefly covered during the panel the last point, which is the proliferation of new generation metrics, how to avoid the end culture, how to avoid infinitely broadening the range of metrics in all evaluation situations. These are the exact challenges for which responsible scientometrics is one answer. But we also know, and I think you covered this in the past 2 days of the conference, that metrics problems are to a large extent infrastructure problems, and infrastructure problems are to a large extent ownership problems. So the topic here, you can find a couple of evidence of that, a couple of, how to put that, signposts and statements. I especially recommend you to dive into the bottom one, the dataification in transformative agreements for open access publishing by Samuel Moore, who reflects on the shifting priorities of proprietary actors in this noisy ecosystem, and how research assessment and the infrastructure that is necessary for research assessment is increasingly and sometimes rather sneakily becoming the target of transformation deals, transformation agreements between countries and big publishers. We also see a much weaker but very important counter movements to that, especially in Western Europe. We see organizations in Switzerland, in France, in the Netherlands, where organizations or even national level assessments, as mentioned by Bianca yesterday, are moving away from the use of proprietary infrastructures. But of course, the million-dollar question that we need to keep in mind is what needs to happen for this to see on a mass level, to this to see on a much higher level of gravity. What needs to be happen for decentralized, federated, open infrastructure to become alternative to proprietary research information systems, right? I think previous presentations of this conference gave a lot of thought for us in this respect. And one that I singled out that I put really like this morning to the slide, hence also this part of the delay, is like the sometimes like easy to conflating perception between metadata quality, the quality of research. These are two very different things. And this relationship introduces, I think, complexities when it comes to institutional choices for infrastructure. Needless to say, we have a lot to do together with Quora and the Barcelona Declaration. I think you probably see the synergies here, all of you. And we also have within Quora working group led by OpenAir that brings together open infrastructure players in a research assessment context from across the globe. So you can keep an eye on that as well. Some takeaways. Well, nothing groundbreaking, I think. The first one is what we could probably see from the opening example. Engagement with scholarly works cannot be reduced to a single number. Once it's getting reduced to $1 per quadrat meter or H-index, then it's a very dangerous business to do in terms of healthiness of the research sector. The another one is that there are different levels, as we could see. When we are discussing research assessment, there is macro level, meso level, micro level, and different proxies are needed for these different levels. They very easily trickle down to the level of the individual researchers. And this is always very dangerous. We can see that in a climate where there is increasing funding scarcity, then institutions have less and less means to protect the individual from this trickle-down effect. So in a resource scarcity situation, they won't be able to protect their individual researchers from such external monetary pressures, otherwise, which would be otherwise part of their mission to shield them from such external pressures. Okay, we also see the importance of starting with the value, starting with the very question of what we value in the unit of evaluation. What is the mission of the researcher, research organization, or broader research agenda? What are the contextual settings as we see a bit of a reflections in the Eastern European region? And the challenges to tweak from starting out research evaluation from such value considerations instead of starting out on what is readily available. Ownership, I cannot repeat this frequently enough. I think it's been a lot of discussion about that during the conference. And the final remark goes back to funding. That is the funding climate in which academia is operating, but also the funding climate in which the reform itself operates will, unfortunately, define research culture. So sorry for the somewhat pessimistic final words. To compensate it, what we also seen during my sprint through of the action plans and different lines of innovations is that even though this is the case, even though units of evaluations are exposed to external pressures, what we see, and I agree with Emmanuel on that, there are always possibilities to do within one's realm. Even though universities are exposed to national frameworks, they're extremely exposed to university rankings. What we see, and action plans are growing evidence for that, they can and they do find possibilities to change what is to be changed for a better research assessment within their own realm. And this is not to underestimate. So thanks a lot. Looking forward to a bit of a discussion if you're still not completely exhausted, and let's continue this in different contexts as well, different times.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. So do we have questions, Eva? Another Eva? Someone who is not Eva, Jadranka, of course.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for this really great presentation and talk. So what is my impression that when we are speaking about open science, there is a lot of things you can do by bottom-up initiatives. So it's, and Croatia is a good example of that. But speaking about changes in the research assessment seems more as a top-down initiative. So it's, and I'm just thinking, having in mind that, for example, university in Croatia, when you look at its structure, and it's not equal like university in the United Kingdom or United States. So, for example, our biggest university of Zagreb has quite independent, autonomous, and faculties, which are almost like universities inside university. But they are not allowed to become a member of Quora. So could maybe Quora be changing a little bit and allowing these possible institutions, bottom-up institutions, to become member, to initiate some changes at the more upper level? Thank you.
Do I have a? Actually, I do have. Okay. So thanks a lot for this question, Jadranka. I address your question. It's a key question. I address your question from two angles. First, from a political one, and then from a cultural one. Those are not, discrete angles, but still. First, the political one. So I think the idea when Quora was in an establishment phase, the idea was to draw the line somewhere. So this is why Quora had been optimized to the level of research organizations, because the idea was that if we want actual implementation, actual change, then it has to start from the university executive levels, because they are in a position to drive a tangible change forward. So this is the reason why, for instance, unlike lead to DORA, individuals cannot be on their own rights, Quora members just through their institutions. That's one thing. We know, however, and that's ongoing discussion within different bodies of Quora, that there is a different, like in different parts of Europe, let alone in different parts of the world, organizations enjoy different degrees of autonomy, also in the context of universities and the ministry, as we know, but also within one university, we know that there is an big Eastern-Western difference between the autonomy of faculties, for instance. So this is an interesting point, and I think Quora-wise, probably we are not done with this yet. It's difficult to find a balance between fragmentation and keeping to the power players to change. But to give you an insight of the dynamic, that one of the dynamics that Quora is trying to spark, speaking of top-down and bottom-up, I think Italy is probably a good example of that. So if you have a look at, I don't have the graphs for this, but if you have a look at which countries are the biggest in Quora, Italy is probably the third, if I remember correctly, the third biggest country in Quora. It's not a big country, right? And we have more than 100 members from Italy, more than 100 universities. Now, the idea is that the basic idea is Quora is community controlled, and the reform indeed is in the hands of the universities, not the ministries. But once you have an Italy size of a country with more than 100 members of Quora, this is a critical mass that no ministry can ignore any longer. And to join forces, this critical or less critical masses of core member organizations from a given country can propose national chapters. National chapters very much vary in terms of sizes. So we have the Polish one, which is very big, really like 50 plus organizations. And there is a Cypriot one with 2 organizations or national chapter for Andorra, same size. So they coordinate the work of the implementation of core on the national levels. And what we see is that they are increasingly powerful instrument to put pressure on ministries. Just to give you an example, mid-October, they are October 17th, they are going to come together, the European Commission, or more specifically, those who are in charge of the New Era Action, which really defines priorities for each European universities in principle that they need to follow and implement. So mid-October, those policymakers who are in charge of Era Actions, plus the core national chapter chairs, plus their ministry representatives come together for a day of discussion and possible, setting common directions. So Cora does try to spark this, bidirectional traffic between the top down and the bottom up. And there is one way to do this. I don't know whether I responded to your question. And let me add one thing. This is a cultural. So one serious risk to highlight here is that national chapters or a critical mass of CORA or ARA signatories from a given country will not happen if they don't resonate with the pace or with the means of implementation of CORA. If they have the perception that this is not resonating enough for their traditions, this is not resonating strong enough with the scientometrics that they have, with the attitudes towards peer review that they have, and so on and so forth, we will not have a critical number of members and signatories from that country. So we can spark very interesting bidirectional dynamics between the top-down and bottom-up, also because CORA manifests itself on different levels, as we see, also because the coalition itself is aiming to develop a critical mass of players. But if it's culturally not aligned to the diversity of regions in the world, then it will not happen. That's a precondition. I agree with you.
Thank you so much for your answer. I just wanted to reply that when you say, and we spoke a lot about diversity and how things and concepts are diverse among different countries. So what we have, for example, in Croatia, we have integrated universities, like, for example, University of Zadar, but we have kind of different universities. The university is just a kind of big framework for independent faculties which are strong and which are legal entities. So, and I can perfectly understand the point of COARA, so that you want to have among members institutions actually a kind of this executive decision making, and I can perfectly agree with it. But for example, in Zagreb University, this executive is at the level of faculty, not at. So if we wait for executive decisions from the university, then we can wait for another 30 years. So it's, and it's similar at another level. So I think that if you are changing a little bit, of course, you need to have members. Members should be legal entities, should be capable to make decisions at the institution level. But yes, I think that this approach would somehow, yes, give some dinks to the institutions which will stay without wings for decades.
Thank you, Jadranka.
Support Jadranka, and this would help set examples in a particular environment, and that may push the whole process forward. That was, I guess, the point, because without this, they will have to wait for the whole university to align.
I think it takes us to the question on evidence-basedness, that is like, and evolution, revolution probably as well. But now I'm talking about just evolution and fine-tuning. So please keep in mind that Cora is still very young. There were plenty of decisions had to be made at the beginning, but it doesn't mean that certain decisions cannot evolve. And what I see really important in this is two things. First one is evidence-basedness. So the faculty level autonomy is currently under discussion in certain bodies of Quora, because we know from literature, know from experience, know from our own experiences, that we see diversity in terms of faculty level autonomy across Europe. In Eastern Europe, it's more of a thing than in some of the Western European countries. So we are aware of this. And still a matter of decision, where to draw the line, where to prevent fragmentation, how to avoid conflicts between what to do with the conflicts, what Quora can or cannot do, the potential conflicts between the unit level and the faculty level. Do we have capacity do we have the mandate to, deal with the potentiality of such conflict? So what I'm saying is that there are also possible unintended consequences of such decision, and this is why such decisions are to be made carefully. But what I can promise is that we make an effort that the decisions are being made evidence-based, and it will also evolve with the evolution of Quora. What is a very important step in this direction, and to have enough evidence to cover a broad range of perspectives and the like, is the geographical governance, the geographical representation in the Quora governance. If you follow the Quora news, from one such evolution that we already achieved in the short history of Quora is that we rethought of our ideas of governance, of the role of geographical region in Quora governance, and Quora pays like a bit more careful attention of geographical representation in the board. So such steps of evaluation are and can be underway. We are learning a lot as we are doing.
Thank you so much. I think we can now finish with the discussion, and maybe later on you can continue after, because we are now ready for the closing of our conference. Thank you once again. Erzsébet? Thank you, Carlo. So I promise I won't be long. Thank you all for being here for the end of our conference. And let me just say a few words at this closing of our 11th PubMet conference. So it is my great pleasure to thank you all for the whole last week. Let's not forget that we had a wonderful and I think successful first summer school on scholarly communication and 11th PubMet conference as well. And I want to thank to all of our speakers, to all of our participants, to all of our online participants and followers, our poster presenters, and of course, our sponsors. Special thanks go to our students who helped us this year. They came from Rijeka and they unfortunately needed to go back, but I hope they will be able to hear me say their names. So I want to thank to especially Vedrana, Valentina, and Jan who help us. So please give one applause. Even they are not here, I think they deserve it. And hopefully they will hear it on the YouTube. So I want to also thank our program committee for preparing this really rich and inspiring, I think you will agree with me, program that also proves that we are here 46 minutes after we're supposed to finish. So I think we are still, we can congratulate to our program committee for doing a really great job. So let's applause to all of them. And my thanks also go to the University of Zadar, our host, but Zadar is not the only organizer here of the PubMet conference, even though our founder is sitting in the first row. So please give a warm applause to Jadranka Stojanovski for all of her efforts. And among other organizers, we have the list here. So it's ZNAK in Croatian, Association for Scholarly Communication, and the president is Iva. How we will need to give you the award for the best question asker. And we will buy you a mic next year, so you can bring your own. Yes, so for Iva and ZNAK. There is also Ruđer Bošković Institute, of course, with us from the beginning. University, of course, Department of Information Sciences, my own department, I have to tell that proudly. University of Zagreb, Faculty of Food Technology and Biotechnology, University of Zagreb, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, University of Rijeka, Faculty of Medicine, and from the University of Zagreb, School of Medicine. Of course, this is our last year's picture. We had another one today. We will update the photo. And I want to also thank again to our sponsors. They are all listed on our websites. Our gold sponsors, Elsevier, Clarivate, Bentham Science, MDPI, Statista. Our silver sponsors, Royal Society of Chemistry, SKS, Emerald. And I want to take also opportunity to thank our supporters, Open Air, EASE, Operas, Croatian Ministry of Science, Spark Europe, and Eiffel. So please give a warm thank to all of our sponsors and supporters. I also want to thank to the team of the two palaces who are having us here for this beautiful venue. They are all around the place, always helping us with everything we need. So I want to really give my thanks to them as well. I already mentioned our online participants. I don't know how many of them, but wherever you are and whoever you are, we are greeting you as well. We didn't forget you. I also want to congratulate to our PubMet Run winner, Emmanuel. So I congratulate you for the winning. And also to all of you who got up early after the dinner this morning at 7, right, a.m. We had a PubMet Run and I saw the photo. There were quite few of you. So congratulate you for that. I also apologize for the weather. I know that our vice rector said they ordered a nice weather, so we don't consider the yesterday's thunderstorm nice weather. So please come next year. We will have that fixed for you, so you are covered. And of course, I want to wish you all safe travels home and let us know that you arrived safely so we know. And after the conference, we are going to send the link for the certificate of the attendance. If you need anything else from us, please do contact us. Please do spread the word about our beautiful conference, about our discussions. There were quite few tweets and whatever the X's, is it called X's now? On our social media and LinkedIn and Instagram and Facebook. So thanks to our PR Dalibor, and we had a lot of local media covering our conference. So please do share your thoughts and and I hope you bring lots of inspiring thoughts with you, and that we can continue in this really good ideas and things that what are going on. And I'm sure that we will change all of these research evaluation systems because I think we are on a good track. So I don't know if I'm here still, you are still here. So yes, thank you. And please give a warm applause to all of you because you stayed until the end, and see you next year.